I'm just fiddling with my GoPro because I accidentally touched something which did a thing, and I didn't know how to undo the thing because I wasn't sure what I touched. But hey, you know what? I worked it out. So, let me start things easily. I'm gonna get a garnish. That's pretty good. Try one more. That's maybe better. Certainly longer. Ladies, you know what I'm saying. What? I'm going to trim the edges, be fussy. I'm in a fussy mood. Let's trim those edges. Get it looking sexy. Trim those goddamn edges. All right. That's a little bit of fun for me, making a little mess here while waiting for people to join the stream. And now I remembered. I fucked up a shit. Let's get this happening. All right. That's ready. Let's do this to here. I literally just need a shot of pouring this. Be a little bit out of focus. Okay. So first, minor blowtorch to burn off the frost. Hug the sun. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. That's pretty strange. Have you ever seen a jellyfish? That shit's crazy. All right. Gonna skewer me a cherry. Let's see. Bazinga. Oh man, 10. There we go. That's a bazinga. Sit that there for a moment. We're just about ready to do this. All right. My orange peel, orange peel. Feels fit. Almost there, and we got the first thing done for the evening. Bella. Now, I get to sit down with a drink. There's that. This here. That's pretty one. That's pretty strange. Have you ever seen a jellyfish? Ooh. What's that doing? Yeah. Ah. All right. Oh, that's filthy. To clean dot. Okay. Dirty girl. Hey, Strictly Sega, how you going? You're saying it was quick for me to do the cocktail. I literally, I fucked up a shot the other night, and all I needed was a shot of me pouring my clarified cocktail into the glass. So I decided to do that first and maybe make another video later. That's so fucking yummy. Oh, damn, that's good. So, yeah. It was literally when I was downloading the files from my cameras, the shot I wanted, I didn't switch the GoPro on when I thought I did. So when I thought I switched the GoPro off, I was actually switching it on. So there was this useless me wandering around with the GoPro after the shot I wanted. And it was like, okay, we're going to have to fix that. Oh, I have done that way too many times. This is why I need a producer / director / floor manager. But alas, we are working on zero budget here. I absolutely should know from the bleep bloops. I definitely should know that. It just goes to show how poor my concentration is sometimes. So that's me. Oh man, this is fucking yummy. No. See, and I don't see if you're even putting stuff in comments. I don't really see it from over there. Yeah, and it's like I said, you know, I need someone behind the camera. Well, we'll save that for another day when you know I'm actually getting lots of views on videos. Be a YouTube partner again, and worry about getting deep. Fuck, that's good, man. I should make more clarified cocktails like that. That is super friggin' good. Yeah, I need to be making some dineros and up the production values, but I simply don't have the scope for doing that right now. Can't get enough of this one, actually. It's probably going to get me really drunk. What was in it? Whiskey and sweet vermouth and cherry. Okay, so the alcohol content's not that high because it's vermouth and a liqueur and equal parts with a whiskey and then equal parts with the blood orange juice, and then that's diluted by the milk clarification. Yes. Robert De Niro's talking Italian. That's Bananarama, wasn't it? I'm trying to remember. See, I also have a lemon because that's my preferred garnish in a martini. And I'm going to make a martini. Or 2 small martinis a little bit later. You're hoping I'd get the reference. I do remember, like, I heard that song heaps when it came out in the 80s or whenever it came out. I wonder what Robert De Niro thought of that song, actually. Just this random British girl group releases a song called Robert De Niro's Waiting. And the line, talk in Italian. It's like, weird. The wonderfully talented Bananarama. I think, weren't they backup singers for friggin' Fun Boy 3 at one point? And they got their own deal? There's that whole sort of incestuous British music scene where bands would split up and reform and elements from different bands would do things. My memory. I am correct. And also, okay, who sang Alex the Seal? Okay, where's my YouTube? Is this my proper YouTube with no ads? It is not. Which browser's got my proper YouTube on it? Hey, Celtic. Oh wow. Oh wow. I so clicked the wrong thing then, but I saved the day. Okay, that's the right one. And what comment is that? Right. I think this was the Go-Go's. It was. Our Lips Are Sealed was the Go-Go's. But that was the song was actually written by Fun Boy 3. And the Go-Go's had a massive hit with it. But Fun Boy 3 had their own version as well, which is quite nice. It's much mellower than the Go-Go's, which is just super pop. And I mean, really fucking good pop. It ain't what you do. Is that okay? That's the one with Bananarama. Yeah, it ain't what you do. It's the way that you do it. Oh, look. Okay, I know. Look. Okay, Celtic. I know you always say you like the shirts, and I appreciate that, and I do like this one. But this one's special because most of the shirts, what's on the back is either blank or it's the same what's on the front. This one's unique. This is, I think, my only shirt. Look at the back design. It's a really funky back design. And I really like that. And I think this is my only shirt that's like that. I was trying to think, what were the bands they were all in? Oh yeah, check out the Fun Boy 3 version. It's quite good. It's this sort of mellow proto emo version of Our Lips Are Sealed. Thanks, Celtic. I do quite like this. This would definitely be in the top 10 of the. I've got 40 odd of these shirts, and I could comfortably say this had been my top 10, maybe my top five. All right, going to stay on till you crash. Let's see how long we last, because I never know how long I'm going to last either. So I do like getting ones that are quite different colors to the other ones, and this one fills that bill. God, I'm sorely tempted to get some more. Like I look at the sites where I got these, and they have heaps more designs. They keep coming out with new designs, and I'm super friggin' tempted to get them. Maybe you know my excuse might be when the friggin' new workplace agreement goes through, which I don't know, next month. It's the bureaucracy got to go. I'm going to get a bonus and some back pay, and I might go a bit nuts when I get there. Hey, Hannah, how are you? Oh, are you still angry at the bar of soap for being so good? I mean, I get it. I absolutely get it. Ooh, what's the time? It's only 18 and I finished this. And I think I effectively poured myself a double of this one. I didn't measure it. I just went glug, glug, glug. But I don't know. There's a big fucking bit of ice in there. There's not all that much room for the drink. So maybe it wasn't that much. Okay. But I'm gonna make a couple of half-size martinis so I don't get what's that strictly say? Any two words more delightful? Bonus. Yeah, but again, that one's not particularly high alcohol content. But that's why I'm going to do some half-size martinis, not full size. If you drink that fast, you get it telling off. Again, it's a little deceptive because the ice is friggin' huge. But anyway, you're mad at the bar, gonna start the second bar, and you're so mad. Yes, I showed Mrs. Angry. Okay, and I realized hers was automatically boosted because it's the same card. Like so. When I looked on her phone and showed her where it was, I said, "Oh, it already boosted." Oh, it's because I boosted it. Okay, but I explained it to her, so I said, "Just do this before you go shopping each time." Yeah, I think it's pretty common to drink the first cocktail fast. Any plans for the weekend? I don't have anything specific this week. Like I'm probably doing a stream tomorrow. Mrs. Angry's been looking for like community markets in the surrounding suburbs. Not sure if there's one on this weekend. Ooh, yes, I actually, Jesus, I paid more than that for some teeth work for my daughter. Still fucking paying it off. Fucking monthly installments. Jesus. You can look at the e-receipts and see how many bonus points you got. Nice. Uh, I don't think she was buying anything that was on the boosted this week, but because I explained it to her and she's going, oh, and I said, like, those are things you usually buy. And she's, yeah, I'm probably not getting them this week though. But that's the whole thing. All right. Now look at this. I got sometimes I see things and I just have to get them. This is umami vermouth. You know, as on the taste, there's sweet, sour, bitter, salty, and umami. And apparently, the umami in this comes from wormwood, porcini, mushrooms, wakame, capers, and miso from the Imperial Measures Distilling Company. Uh, Made with skin contact Riesling by Van de Chris Ryan. Product of Australia? Oh, they're from South Australia. Imperial Measures Distilling, Theberton Road, Theberton. Curated by Duncan Vent, David Denby, and Simon Bryant. But yes. Okay, so polygamy is illegal in like the US and here and places where Mormons are, but it is well known that there are Mormon sects who secretly have multiple wives. So Celtic, you went to a scripture study. Moroni the huntsman was on the inside of the door with the scripture study, but someone else removed him. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, polygamy is definitely illegal, but some Mormon sects do it secretly. So, look, okay, so normally I'd make a martini with dry vermouth, but I couldn't resist. Ooh, umami vermouth. Surely that's really good for dirty martinis. And I haven't tried it yet, so I'm going to try tonight. But again, in attempt to be what do we call it? Responsible. I'm going to do 2 half-sized martinis and compare them. Oh, okay. Okay, let's get ready. Get ready. Here I come. Get ready, because here I come now. I think this might be the last bit of videoing I'll do tonight. Who knows? All right, so. I've got Cecile stuck in my head. Worse things than a classic pop song ever stuck in my head. Where are my coupettes? My very dainty drinking receptacles. Little coupettes. God, now I print my head. God, that sounded like breaking glass. It was actually ice. Shit, that sounded like breaking glass. That was really off-putting. Okay, I'm dropping ice everywhere. Okay, go chill the coupettes. Fill them with ice. Ice, ice, baby. Okay. Put them out of shot while I do some stuff. Okay. And that. And that. And we'll do this. Mommy. The only question is, which gin do we use? We want to use a dry gin. I think we want to use a dry gin for this. Wolf pink salt gin. Okay. Maybe a dash of orange bitters in it. Okay, so. And the gin. Okay. Get ready, because here I come now. Okay, so that's ready to go. All right. Get my little GoPro for the close-up slow-mo shot. There is one. Okay. Well, let's. This is pretty simple. Okay. That's simple martini making. No. My choices. No. That'll do, that'll do. And in fact, no. Let us in. And let's stir this sucker. Want this martini very cold. That's the best way to have martinis. Icy cold. That's why I keep a martini in the freezer. Okay. Bring this sucker in. All right. So, left. You go there. Okay. That's all from the GoPro. And let's go here. More gin, please. And the umami. The count this time. Because I'm going to get in front of it. Oh, there's some little floaties in that. That's interesting. Okay. Okay. Now for the talkie. Oops, let's friggin' widen that out a bit. Bit wider than that. All right. Okay, that's ready. G'day, cocktail lovers. It's experiment time, and I'm experimenting with one of my favorite cocktails, the martini. It's all because I found something new and interesting, and I find it very hard to resist new and interesting. When in one of my favorite shops here in Melbourne called the Bitters Lab, they literally have hundreds of different sorts of bitters and all sorts of cocktail accoutrements and some spirits, liqueurs, and vermouths. They actually had an umami vermouth. And I pulled to the occasional dirty martini, so I thought, umami vermouth, that sounds like a thing. Now, it's flavored with wormwood, porcini, mushrooms, wakame, capers, and miso. So it's really interesting, very, very unusual for a vermouth, and I just had to try it. And normally I would make with a dry vermouth because I like dry martinis, and this is an Australian vermouth as well. They're both made in Australia, and I mean, honestly, it's time for a side-by-side comparison. These were pretty simple, and I've made them half size because I don't want to get completely wasted. I was mildly tempted to do them full size because I do like big old icy cold boozy martinis. One immediate notice, you notice the umami vermouth is much darker, which is not all that surprising with those elements that are designed to give it the umami flavor. But I made this one fairly simply, like this. In a mixing glass, it's just 1 part of dry gin and then half a part of the vermouth. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then I strained it into my little mini coupette. I also made this much wetter than I normally would a martini. If that has always sounded weird to you, wet and dry martinis, what does that mean? It really is just the ratio of vermouth to the gin in the martini. You notice I don't say or vodka because if it's got vodka, it's not a martini. It's a piece of shit, is what it is. Don't do it. Use gin. So the less vermouth that's in the martini, the drier it is. I normally do like 5 parts gin to 1 part vermouth, which is fairly dry. Some people do it even drier than that. But this is just 2 parts of gin to 1 part vermouth. Much wetter because I really wanted to taste the vermouth. So more of it as a control. I'm going to have the first sip of just with a regular dry vermouth. Beautiful, clean taste. Oh, even with more vermouth than I normally have. That is just wonderful. Now, the moment of truth. What's the umami vermouth like? Now, that's not as dirty as a dirty martini, like if you put olive brine in there, but it's starting to bring that umami, dare I say, saltiness in there. Wow, that is really good. And honestly, I really like swapping between a dry martini and a dirty one. Mrs. Angry and I often do that when we go out to bars. We'll order 2 martinis, 1 dry and 1 dirty, and we'll just swap sip for sip. And it's awesome. That's what I'm going to do. I guess you can't stop being on his double fisting bullshit. This guy, that's who. So, yeah, okay, that was an interesting experiment. I might go full dirty on that at one point, actually add some olive brine as well. But it's really nice variation on a standard martini. So, yeah, don't be afraid to experiment because as simple as a martini is, gin and vermouth, there is an endless array of possibilities, changing the ratio between the gin and the vermouth, using any of the thousands of gins that are available in the world, the hundreds of vermouths that are available in the world. It's still a martini, and it's something different each time when you mix that up. I'm going to enjoy this little experiment, and I hope you're enjoying yourself wherever you are. Until I see you again, I will say cheers. Nice quality glasses. They do a really good ding. I do love that. Okay, time to sit down and sip on some mini martinis. I think I was very responsible in that I had mini martinis, not full-sized ones. Because I was tempted to make full-size ones. Project Redfoot, hello, how are you doing? Was that a man set a car on fire to kill a spider? Well, that's silly. Okay, and I need to have the Discord open. What have you put in there, Hannah? Let me see. Oh, I have actually seen these before. I will share it. Where are we? Open in browser. I have seen these before. I want to share it. It is a bungee jumping Jesus. I mean, pretty goddamn funny. I agree, Hannah. That's some funny shit right there. Oh dear. Okay. Well, that was nice. I like that. Yes, everyone needs bungee jumping Jesus in their life. So, okay, Strictly Sake, you were saying it reminds you of Naked Gun 2. Frank Drabin's depressed, upset because his girl left him. The singer singing about how she wishes she was dead. Everyone at the table's crying or planning revenge. Bartender comes to the table without looking up. Frank goes, "Give me the strongest thing you've got." Camera pans back as waiter returns with a bodybuilder. Frank does his nervous look and goes, "On second thoughts, make that a Black Russian." Waiter writes it down, shakes his head at the audience. Jumping for the Lord. Yes. Oh dear. Yes, there's a few cocktail names that you don't want them literally. Oh my god, I love just the standard martinis. And every time I say this, I say, yeah, normal people will think I'm some crazy person and or alcoholic. Fair. Um, I a good martini just tastes like almost like water to me. The taste is so clean. It doesn't really. It tastes like gin and vermouth. But I'm trying to. When I say water, I just mean it's this really clean taste. Oh my god, gin and vermouth. Oh my god, that is really good. I should drink more fucking martinis. Might even get my freezer martini out later. We're getting fucked up if I bring the freezer martini out. Not for a while though. You know what? I might drink these martinis. We won't have a big night. I might pace myself. Might do some mineral water after the martinis. But just pacing myself now. Actually, why don't I mix it up? I was just drinking the try one. This is the umami. Mm. Yeah. No, that has that umami flavor. Like, yeah, it's like mushroom. Exactly the things they're saying. It's like mushroom. It's like miso. Not heavily, just like a hint of it. But it's good. It's good. Mint leaf cocktails. Okay, sure. What are we doing? What's in the news? Linda Reynolds, you fucking shithead. Well, that's what's going up here? Just uh wacky shit. How fraudsters steal from Australians through a MyGov side entrance. Oh, what the fuck? Not the fucking cyber attack. MyGov accounts, serious vulnerabilities. Hackers exploited account linking technology to steal from Centrelink, Medicare, and Australian Taxation Office accounts, linking them to bogus MyGov accounts, making bogus tax claims worth thousands, or falsely claiming support payments. Practice is called unauthorized linking. Many victims had their accounts locked and payments suspended, causing further harm. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. We are all fucked. Like cybersecurity's fucked. Hey, Greg, how you doing? Good to see you. Ugh. Tell you what, working in cybersecurity, occasionally the job seems too big. You're just kind of like, oof, is this just like pushing shit uphill and trying to avoid the inevitable disaster? I don't know. You tell people not to do silly things and have proper security on their systems to reduce the chance of bad things happening, and they go, I don't wanna. It's like, oh fuck, yeah, okay, thanks for being so helpful. Okay, that genuinely is reminiscent of soup. That's wild. I mean, obviously, I could make that a full-on dirty martini, put some olive brine in there, or even add my Japanese umami bitters. That would be a bit more subtle. But as it is, it's freaking yum. Yeah, that's some good shit right there, man. All right, I'm friggin' enjoying the booze tonight. I will still, as I said, try to be a little responsible because we don't want to go completely off the rails and have me faceplant before midnight. Not that I've ever done that before, more than twice. But we just see. I'm just going to pace myself. Being responsible. Oh yeah. Yeah, I do that because I'm guessing when I find cocktail recipes online, I go, well, that looks interesting, and I reckon 8 or 9 times out of 10, at least, I'm right. Like I'll give the cocktail at least a 7, if not an 8. 7 out of 10's not terrible. It's just not something I'd ever make again. 8 out of 10 is yeah, but the nights when you hit 3 9s, two or 3 9s is good. 3 8s is good because that's just like, oh yeah, I definitely do that again. 9 is fuck me. Give me another one of these now. Uh, 7's not a disaster, but I'd never make them. I rarely make one that I rate less than a 7. Sometimes it's a 6, and it's just like that was a mistake. Because I've gotten to know the design of cocktails well enough that I can look at it and go, that's going to work. Well, that's probably going to work. And so I rarely get unpleasant surprises. Yeah, that's exactly what a 7 is. A 7's fine, but and this also goes for if I'm buying a cocktail. It's like 7 is that's okay, but I wouldn't buy it again. When I'm making it home, it's like that was fine, but there are so many that I rate 8 and 9 out of 10. Why would I make a 7 out of 10 again? Same as with the regular venues Mrs. Angry and I go to. They have so many that we rate 8 or 9 out of 10. Why waste your money on a 7 out of 10? And it's not wasted because if a 7 out of 10, you don't hate it. But you got to go for the 8s and the 9s, the 9 pluses. I've had a few of those, but I mean, the place we went last week, the Arcadia next to Ormond Station. Uh, Fuck me, the drinks are so good. Like, just what do we have? Like 5 cocktails between us, and they were all like 8s and 9s. They were so good, and they have a couple of house cocktails that are just amazing. Yeah, I agree with you about movies. Yeah, it's oh yeah, if you get 3 shit movies in a row, yeah. Um, I think it's rarer for movies to be 8 or 9 out of 10, just for me, at least. What am I gonna watch this weekend? The final season of The Umbrella Academy is on Netflix, so I'm going to at least start the final season of The Umbrella Academy as my recovery watching tomorrow morning, mid-morning, by the time I get up. Make a bacon sandwich and watch some Umbrella Academy. Yeah, I reckon most movies hit about the 3 out of 5 stars. Uh, Mrs. Angry and I started watching a series on Prime called Lioness. It's an action thing, sort of CIA army. It's actually some pretty gross propaganda, but if you switch that off, uh, it's a good action show. It's 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 very entertaining. It's probably 8 out of 10, like probably 4 stars. It's a Taylor Sheridan show. His biggest hit is probably Yellowstone, which I haven't seen, but he's got so many shows on Prime. I think there's like 6 Taylor Sheridan created shows on Prime. It's at least 5 or 6. And I'd spent a while trying to convince Mrs. Angry we should give Lioness a go. And she said, "Oh, let's watch it." And we watched 4 episodes. And it's like, "Oh yeah, no, that's got me. That's pretty good." And a 10 scale rating is too much pressure for you. Too much room to be picky. 5 is the max. Yeah, you go with what works for you. It's shit, kind of shit. Okay, pretty good, great. Yeah. Oh no, I was going to say I only have this for drinks, but we also have it for food. It's basically our date nights. The elements of our date nights get rated out of 10. Uh, and Mrs. Angry keeps notes because we go back to the same places. Um, and menus change, but make note of things we liked. Okay, Sega, your ratings, what you've seen this year. Wait, let me see this. Okay, okay, I'm struggling with your graphs. I'm going to put them on the screen. Okay, so these are your graphs, and we're saying you watched superheroes in action-packed battles with villains 35 times, laugh out loud relationships entanglement 34 times, gory gruesome slasher 32 films. So most of the things you watched this year were older, and most of them were watching for the first time. And you only reviewed like, what's that? Less than a quarter of them. You reviewed 19 out of 44. So your ratings, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, mostly 3. Oh, there's a decent amount of 4s. That's not bad. Oh, yeah, okay, the bar graph at the bottom. Yeah, I did get there. But yeah, mostly threes, but a decent amount of fours in there. Not many fives, not many ones or twos. Uh, I'm gonna have some mineral water. Half price at Coles this week, by the way. Sponsor me, Schweppes, you bastards. Uh, oh, actually, I made a cordial. I made a clarified blood orange cordial. I'm going to go out and get that and have that. All right. So, oh, yes. 4 and 5 star movie you watch. I'm definitely curious. Okay, but I'm going to go and get my blood orange clarified cordial and have it mixed with mineral water. I'll do that. Well, I made a that's just like really lightly dirty, and you really it's like, oh yeah, it's like because it's got mushroom in it. It's reminiscent of soup. That's really quite tasty. No, I don't. I drank it all. I can make you one. Make you a half size one because I don't make half size. Or yeah. All right, I'm back. Look at this. Look at the color on this. That's such a nice color. All right, I'm going to make Mrs. Angry a half size umami martini. Okay, let's do this. Gin? It's like drinking gin with nothing else in. Everyone, you were the only one in the room. Okay. Give it a little go. Just take this out to Mrs. Angry. All right, that's my home bartender duties. I made Mrs. Angry 2 cocktails tonight. Hello, Dr. Abigail. Don't pick on Tom Kitten. He's had a tough life. Celtic. Yes, I do. I do the flybys and the rewards card. Yeah, as Strictly Sega said, and it tipped me off to have the app. Now, mineral water, and I'm gonna mix it with my clarified blood orange liqueur because I'm a fancy boy. So the cordial I made started with some blood oranges, peeled them, and then you cover those peels in sugar, and the sugar leaches the oils out of the peel and liquefies. And then I juiced the blood oranges and added the juice to that, mixed it all up so the sugar completely dissolved. And then I milk clarified. So I added that to actually a mixture of milk and coconut milk, which then curdles, and then strain it through a coffee filter and get this really clear and bright red cordial. You get jump scared by Tom Kitten because you forget he's there. Oh, yes. Get the Woolies Rewards app. Boost your points. They should pay you more for the recommendations. The Schweppes Blood Orange is good. I thought that was too easy to actually do the blood orange. So this is with the lemon and lime. Mix that up. Oh, I'm making a mess. Why am I making such a mess? That's it. Right. Now it's mixing. Oh, yes. Okay. If you never noticed, my mixing thing for cocktails is a finger. This is Gaz Regan's finger. Gary Regan, he was a pioneer of the cocktail renaissance. And the story behind that, because he was a bartender, is famously, he was making a whole bunch of Negronis. The bar was very busy, and he stirred the drinks like in the glass. He was building them in the glass, and he stirred them with his finger. And people are like, "Oh, the drink stirred with Gaz Regan's finger. That's special." And it somehow became a joke. And they made a cast of his finger and put it on a metal stirring thing. So I stir my cocktails with Gaz Regan's finger. No, that would actually be a really shit back scratcher because it's blunt. I have a back scratcher that's a skeleton hand. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, that's so fucking good. Yeah, well, it can't leave the bar, because I'd be tempted to poke people in the eye too. Pull it out at meetings and point at things. Yeah. I would be tempted to misuse the finger as well. So it has to stay in the bar. Celtic, I love my back scratcher too. It's awesome. Trivia, I've had it for yonks. I actually bought it at Northcote Mall when I was with Aidsy. God, I don't know. It must have been at least 6 or 7 years ago. Sorry, I'm glad I wasn't drinking when I read that, Hannah, because I think I would have swallowed some into my lungs and choked. Your back scratcher is the corner of the wall. Rub yourself against it like a bear. I agree, Safa. Blood orange is good, and we're into blood orange season now. So I'm going to keep an eye out for blood orange on sale at the supermarket. Oh, that's really yummy. That's real good. I have to admit, I just love the look of blood orange. Like when you're juicing blood oranges, The juicer looks like a fucking murder scene when you're finished because you just got all this red pulpy stuff there. And I like it when the skin of the oranges is really red too. This batch, I got like a bag at the supermarket. It was cheap because it was at its use by date. Uh, and only one out of like 6 of the oranges was particularly red, but the juice was suitably red, which is nice. AZ did not have a finger because we certainly would not trust AZ with a finger. Corner will make you do unintentional T-Rex arms while you flail back and forth like the very normal person you are. Ah, beautiful. I love it. Oh, oh, that is super fucking yummy. I thought it would be, but now I taste it. It's like, fuck yeah. Because the process of making that cordial was the best part of the day. Like, I'm not busy for the day, but several stages are wait, wait for hours. So making that was the best part of a day. So AZ did enough naughty things with his own fingers. You don't want to give him a prop finger. That would have just been encouraging him. But oh man, that is working real well. You know what? I'm just going to pour the rest of this mineral water in here. Okay, I was going to have that afterwards, but I'm just going to do it. And I'm going to mix that a bit more. Get my Gaz Regan finger. Oh, fuck. I spilled some on myself. Gaz Regan actually died a few years ago. Who knows? Maybe in his will, he wanted his actual fingers preserved and given to someone to stir drinks with. Who knows? You think he would have a designated picking finger? Yeah, he actually probably would have done violence with it. Get in trouble for doing things to himself? You're doing stuff to yourself in the privacy of your own homes. No one can get you in trouble. That was interesting news, Safa, honestly. Ukraine invades Russia. Jesus Christ, that whole thing has gone so badly for Russia. And it was a fuck thing to do. It's incredible how badly it's gone for Russia, though. Does it not feel weird to suck another man's finger that's been drinking? I know it's probably a weird visual as well. It's just so hard to resist doing because it's dripping and it's just very hard. Because I like with my own finger, I'll suck my own finger. So it's very hard to resist sucking Gaz Regan's finger. It is what it is. So, you know, it would be weird. And I'm sure dick-shaped cocktail stirrers exist. It would be a little bit weirder to suck a dick-shaped cocktail stirrer. Shall I now ruin my browser history by searching penis cocktail stirrers? Yes, I shall. Because no one can stop me. Penis. Wow, penis cancer. That is an awful autocomplete. Penis music. What the fuck is penis music? Damn. Penis. Oh, now penis cock. It's not auto completing it here. Penis cocktail stirrer. Let's see the images. They've got penis cocktail pics. That is not the same thing. No, they do have penis drink. Of course they do. Of course they have penis drink stirrers. It's not even slightly surprising. So there you go. Oh, and you get penis decanters. So glass penises you can pour your drinks out of. Your new goal is for as many things to be body part shaped as possible. Uh, Kelsey, now I think we're getting into your fantasies, and no judgment. I mean, he did have some pretty wild stories, various points in his life. Uh, but you know what? I basically tended to not ask him for his more outrageous stories because he'd tell me, and he would revel in telling me his outrageous stories. And I don't know that I needed to encourage him. What was I doing? My Trello. Do I want to do a short cocktail video? If so, what? Plaza Antigua. Actually, okay, now I want to do what's in the Plaza Antigua? Is that's Añejo tequila. I want to fucking do that, man. That sounds good. My favorite, View Carre riffs. August 20 is going to be a big day for June fans. Why is that? The June game being released. I don't care. Ryan Gosling thriller becomes Netflix most streamed movie. 17 years after it hit the big screen. Fracture. I've never heard of it. There you go. An old Brad Pitt movie. No, why did I say Brad Pitt? Ryan Gosling. Christ, I was going to search for something. Fucking Google Translate. That's what I was going to do. Translate to Espanol. Spanish from English. Smoke in the old square. Humo on la Plaza Vieja. Wait, why did it change? It was Fumo at one. Fumar. I like that because it sounds like I'm saying homo, the other one. Fumar on la Plaza Vieja. That's what I'm going to invent a cocktail, and that's going to be its name. Because I'm a fancy boy. And I'm clicking on the wrong things on my computer. Finished dinner. Time for a shot. Nice. Oh, God, the old Dune games. Yes. And no, he never found a copy of The Accidental Orgy. Much to his disappointment. Who are you asking? Oh, Dr. Abigail about Pineapple, I assume. Yes. Very slow game. A lot of those ones were. And there's a streaming series, a Dune prequel streaming series coming out late this year or next year. I'm looking forward to. Netflix has Uglies next month, which is based on Scott Westerfeld's book series I really like. I think it's a movie. I don't think it's a series, but I'm quite keen to see that. And I'm sure Dr. Abigail as well, very interested in season 2 of The Rings of Power on Prime. In fact, I'm interested solely to see if they can rescue it because issues. There are a lot of issues with that. So I am really interested to see what they do, even if it's just like watching a car crash. Uh, so there's a few things. Actually, there's a few things I want to see that don't come out till next year, like the next season of Star Trek: Strange New Worlds, season 2 of The Last of Us. Um, I want to rewatch season 1 of The Last of Us. Actually, that was fucking awesome. Um, what else was coming up? I think maybe all the things I was keen about have already started, like been and gone. I am genuinely enjoying season 2 of House of the Dragon. It's pretty intense, very good story. I have not watched is there a trailer? Of course there's a trailer for Ring of Power. I haven't watched it though. So I don't really know anything they're pitching for season 2. What's funny is my video from, was it years ago now, 2 years ago, that Rings of Power is good for helping you spot racists. It's starting to get weird freako racists commenting on it again because there are teasers for season 2. And so these sad little racist freaks are obsessing over it again. And it's really funny that they don't think they're super obvious. It's like, you know what? If, say, like Dr. Abigail, who's very invested in Tolkien lore, and you just upset at how bad the rings of uh, how bad the rings of power are, but if your reason for not liking it is not racist, you would be capable of going like, yes, there were those weird freaks who started acting psychotic online, just like when there was a black elf in it, and they are super racist dicks. If you're not racist, it's not about you. See, that means nothing to me, Dr. Abigail. Doing the Anatar storyline and the Siege of Eregion in the same season means nothing to me. So I am blessed that way, and that I can just look at it and go, does it entertain me in and of itself? Celtic, as a general rule, I will slag off at these racist dorks, but usually they won't shut the fuck up and they'll just go on and on because they've got no lives. Then I'll block them. And the way YouTube works, if you block someone, it deletes their comments. Rings of Power sounds like a support group for sufferers of IBS. Noise. Hey, Justin, how are you doing? Oh dear. Yes, Tuesday stream. That was a thing. But, we've moved on. Let's see what's what. But yeah, it's just like these weird freaks who review bomb anything they think is woke, and then they think like no one knows that the audience scores on something like Rotten Tomatoes are completely corrupted, uh, and and they hold it up like it's meaningful, and it's like, shut up, you pathetic little freak. You being a woman was reason people to be racist. Yeah, look, people say weird things, Hannah. It's that simple. Yes, Trump, a light campaign schedule for some reason. The fact that he's old and broken is the main reason. Yeah, look, Hannah, my life on the internet has told me there's a lot of sort of sad, broken people out there. You don't use Rotten Tomatoes, you use Letterbox. I don't mind. I don't mind checking the critic scores on Rotten Tomatoes, but I ignore the viewer scores because they just get gamed. So, Dr. Abiel, Siege of Eregion was covered very briefly in the Silmarillion, like in the appendices. Doesn't end well for Celebrimbor. There's Jesus Christ, there's so much in the Silmarillion that does not end well for so many people. Yeah, I mean, Justin, you're right. It's stating the super obvious. Right wingers use woke as a pejorative for anything they don't like. The fucking idiot. When they're criticizing it, I think people will go, they're clever and what, yeah, and it's like, yeah, it's me if you calm down, champ. Good on you. Oh yeah, the racist, misogynist trolls and insoles are usually the same person. Oh yeah, and the weird thing is, like, because the word woke in that context comes from Black American culture, and it has a very specific meaning, namely being awake to the fact there are injustices throughout society, and in fact, there are structural injustices that very aggressively work against a lot of marginalized people. It means you are awake to the fact those injustices exist. Oh, yeah, sorry, Justin, you're saying the same thing. Being aware of injustice. And yes, someone saying they're anti woke is by definition saying they're racist. What was really funny is the ones saying they were anti Antifa, and they go, you know, that's anti fascist. So if you say you're anti fascist, the antis cancel out. You're just openly admitting to being fascist. Uh, they're not smart. These people are not smart, but then they never have to take, or they feel like they never have to take responsibility for anything they say or do. So nothing matters to them, which is, just enormous fun. Uh, okay. I knew it would be good, but that clarified blood orange cordial is a fucking winner. I'm a goddamn genius, is what I'm saying. Which is to just say, I have a very good gauge on what I'm going to like. So I can make something and I'm going to like it. And I'm almost always right that I like a thing. They don't have to be smart. Yeah, they bulldoze through conversations. And that's the thing. That's why I refuse to engage them as a general rule, because there's no value in engaging them because they have no integrity. Oh my God, the gospel is so funny. They're a local rye distillery and they just borrow religiously. Thank you for following us into the light. That came when I bought a bottle of rye whiskey. Speaking of religion, here's one of my Bibles, the Death and Co. cocktail book. Now, I think I had this page open because I was going to make something from here. You heard one tell you within minutes of meeting him to not shove religious views because he's, oh, yeah. Someone who defines their personality around atheism is usually a worry. I mean, I'm by any reasonable definition an atheist, but seeing the freaks who make their whole personality, I'm atheist, it's like, yeah, I want nothing to do with you. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and he would claim that's not a religious view, and it is. And that's one of the things, those weird online, overwhelmingly male atheists who make atheist their whole personality. Their refusal to use words like belief, like that's their belief. So, no, it's just real. So you believe that's what reality is. It's what I believe reality is too. But I'm not scared of saying the word believe. Okay, what's on this page? Hadley's Tears, rum, Jennifer, Galliano, absinthe, sugar syrup. Named after Ernest Hemingway's first wife, Elizabeth Hadley. Hadley's Tears. Rum, Jennifer, Galliano, absinthe. I might have to fucking make that, honestly. Justin, the sheep that follow the messenger are not smart. The messenger's probably mad genius. Well, cult leaders are like that. Nothing about religion. No. That huge red flags. Yeah. Speaking of Bible, I got my Bible. I might make Hadley's Tears. I don't know. Okay, what was I? That wasn't what I was looking at here. Hispaniola, tea-infused white rum, lime juice, ketchup. Oh, and ginger syrup. So, okay. Tea-infused white rum. I mean, that sounds interesting. A daiquiri variation. Howl on the Hill. Rum, vermouth, Fernet Branca, yellow chartreuse, dash of absinthe. Unwritten rule: the name of any drink we create containing Fernet Branca needs to reference San Francisco. Fernet and rum usually go great together, especially rum from Venezuela, where it's common to mix with Amaro. Howl on the Hill. Midnight Mass. Rum, Cardamaro, Benedictine. Old Ironsides. Rum, blackstrap rum, vermouth, amaretto. Passing Aden. Batavia Arak. Cinnamon orange tea infused sweet vermouth. Some tea infusions going on here. Pina Colada Deconstruction. Pineapple infused flor de caña. Coconut liqueur. Coconut water. Puerto Rican Riesling. Rum, brandy, chartreuse. Grenadine. I think I really have to try this Hadley's Tears. That sounds decadent as fuck. Yep, I'm making that. I'm making that shit. This is reading from the good book. They have deliberately designed this to look like a big old family Bible. Oh. Justin, is Rupert Murdoch mad genius? He's a malevolent fucking gin. Wise man, respectable beard, impressive looking, important book, right tempo of speech. Nice. Okay, I appreciate all of that, Hannah. But I'm going to make this one. Hadley's Tears. Rum, Geneva, Galliano, absinthe. Sugar syrup, aromatic bitters. Right, I can probably remember that. Don't have to take it up. I did see the thing about News Corp talking about selling off Foxtel. And so Jin said unto the alcoholic, drink me in abundance, thou shalt have a good time tonight and a bitch of the morning. Yes. Yeah, Fox News is the Frankenstein monster. Yeah, except the monster rebels against Frankenstein, and Fox News does exactly what Rupert Murdoch wants. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm just going to make this in the glass. So. Okay, let's freaking do this. Which rum shall I choose? So many rums to choose. Paralyzed. Actually, you know what? I don't mind this Bundaberg in 1961. For 1 ounce of the Bundaberg rum. That goes in there. And then we do. Is that the Jennifer? Nope. That is gin. Jennifer's probably down here with the weird sundry things. Be one of these. What's that? That's Stockholm Syndrome. That's Jennifer. Okay, let's go hard with Never Never. Never Never Jennifer and Never Never Absinthe. All right. Now, the Galliano is in the cupboard. Let's get the Galliano in its stupid bottle. My friend, I want to actually play Dave's video. All right, so what are we doing? Bar spoon of Galliano. Stupid bottle that they put Galliano in. Good marketing though, everyone recognizes it. Absinthe. Little splash of absinthe. You know what? I'm going to double check this measure. It was 1/4 ounce. I know it was. That's some sugar syrup. Ooh, that shit's so good. Okay. And a dash of aromatic bitters. Okay. We're good. Now I'm going to get Dune. We'll give this a stir and see what it's like. Rum, Galliano, absinthe, sugar syrup, bitters. Garnished with an orange twist. Yeah. Well, given Shovel is a so-called satire site, you don't expect things to be true. Yes, monsters have a bigger conscience than Fox News. Okay. Stir, stir, stir. I mean, I suppose, yeah, this is essentially an old-fashioned variation. Let's see what this tastes like. Ooh, it's pretty good. All sorts of stuff going on in there. It's pretty darn good, though. So I'm happy with that. See, now I just feel like spending the rest of the night reading the good book. No, reading from the Book of Death and Co. Look, let's just open to a random page. What's on this page? Good Humor. Created in 2013. has a strawberry, Geneva, barrel-aged Geneva, bourbon, strawberry liqueur, lemon juice, orgeat, vanilla syrup, heavy cream. Holy shit, that's sweet. Wanted to mimic the flavors of a strawberry shortcake ice cream bar. Maltiness of the Geneva mimics the flavor of the cake. Intensely flavored strawberry liqueur provides the fruit. Geneva whiskey, strawberry liqueur, lemon juice, orgeat, and vanilla syrup, and cream. Man, that's decadent. Gypsy Eyes, green chartreuse, gin, Aperol, lime juice, grapefruit juice, simple syrup. Gypsy Wedding, gin, aquavit, falernum, lime juice, grapefruit juice, honey syrup. Kew Gardens Cooler, gin, Aperol, grapefruit juice, sugar syrup, and cucumber. Hey, Fallen Dreams. I'm doing good. Just reading from the good book. I mean, yeah, I'm enjoying rolling into the weekend. Okay, let's open to another random page. What do we got here? Rum, lime juice, and ginger syrup, and topped with soda, a dark and stormy. Okay. A Diamondback, rye whiskey, apple brandy, and yellow chartreuse. I like the sound of that. A Fancy Free, rye whiskey, maraschino liqueur, bitters. Ooh, so that's like an old fashioned, but the maraschino is the sweetener. A Fitzgerald, dry gin, lemon juice, simple syrup. Okay, so that's just a sour. Flamenco, sherry, Geneva, orange juice, lemon juice, orgeat. A French 95, bourbon, lemon juice, sugar syrup, and topped with champagne. Whiskey and champagne. That seems a bit wacky, doesn't it? Ooh, agave spirits. Alta California, tequila, blanc vermouth, yellow chartreuse, cinnamon bark syrup. Damn. That's like a sweetened tequila martini, basically. An orgy march. Tequila, vermouth, Gino? A broken oath. Mezcal, sherry, vermouth, Galliano, chocolate bitters. Could probably be convinced to make that too. Yes, sorry. Strictly Sega mentions speaking in tongues, so Dr. Abigail speaks in tongues. That's fine. Coralillo, Añejo tequila, yellow chartreuse, Calvados, pear brandy. So apple brandy and pear brandy. A Dale Cooper, Twin Peaks reference. Tequila, vermouth, chartreuse, syrup, chocolate bitters. We had a coffee pod machine that made really crappy coffee, so I'd add a splash of green chartreuse and cinnamon syrup to make it drinkable. Okay. I missed. There's coffee-infused vermouth. Damn. Well, it's a good book. Has some good stuff in it. Yes, particularly the weirdos who say they speak in tongues literally just go blah 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 blah. It's quite embarrassing to see. Honey, you have a nephew due in October. Your brother's first technical Father's Day. Getting cheesy generic world's best dad shit to set him up for the future. That honestly sounds good. Strictly Sega, the word is has touched you. It touches me. That book's so good. I have quite a few good cocktail books. I do feel like the best ones are Death and Co. and PDT. The PDT cocktail book. Please don't tell. Le Père B. I had to make that for Mrs. Angry. That's the chamomile tea, peated whiskey, elderflower liqueur, and honey syrup. All right. It's open on a. Oh, okay, that's how they make food. There's food in here too. What's in here? Cocktails. Woolworth. Named after the Woolworth building. Blended Scotch whiskey, Manzanilla sherry, and Benedictine. I mean, honestly, whiskey, sherry, and Benedictine sounds pretty fucking good. Serve it in a coupe. I think I'd do it over ice. But anyway. The Wrong Isle. Apple brandy, Lily Rouge. Quince shrub. Wow, that thing. A zombie punch. Rum, lime juice, falernum, Don's mix, grenadine, absinthe, bitters. An Old Pal, whiskey, dry vermouth Campari, an opera, gin Dubonnet Mandarin, a Paddington, rum, Lily Blanc, grapefruit juice, lemon juice, a Paddy Wallbanger, Irish whiskey, vermouth, and Galliano. Damn, the whole thing. Ugh. Meanwhile, your actual father, well thought out gift selection of coffee beans from a great roaster. Drinks 4 black coffees every morning, so a few kilograms should set him up for at least a minute. Damn. It does sound like he grinds his own beans. I mean, Pat will be here when he needs to have a plausible alibi for tonight's killing spree. Oh, our boy has been a little bit sick this week. Who knows? His cold might have gotten worse, and he might be taking it easy, so we might not see him. Who knows? Yeah, Pat arrives after, maybe before, maybe during the spree. He just wants an alibi at some point. Yeah, he might be seeing a movie, honestly. Although he usually sees one a week, and he did see. Oh god, he said what it was. What did he see this week? He saw the M. Night Shyamalan one, Trap, which also scored a 10 out of 10 from Pat. I love how much he loves the movies, honestly. Ooh. That's actually really good. That is a really interesting drink. Trap, which is crap. It's not been very favorably received, but Pat just loves these movies. I think we've highlighted before, if Pat ever says a movie's bad, it's probably really bad. What do you say about people who are not here? I talk about Pat being a contract killer when he is here. You watched Despicable Me 4, dozed off at the cinema, an expensive sleep. Yeah. I haven't seen many of the Despicable Me spin-off. I think I've seen Despicable Me 1 and 2. I've watched like the Minions movie, or was the other one, The Rise of Gru? Although I have to admit, I genuinely find the Minions funny. They're just stupid as hell. And their little language of I'm incredibly easily amused, and I kind of like the Minions. Mm. Tricky saying, you know, we don't talk about you when you're not here because you listen to the shows while you're at work. There you go. Oh dear. Huh. I might have to make that one for the cocktail channel. That was really interesting. You like the third one because the bad guy was Trey Parker. Okay. Yeah, SPF 50. That was our theme for last night. A memorial for the succulent Chinese meal guy. Even though he's a crim and a con artist. Yeah, it is one of the better kids franchises, honestly. This time the bad guy's Will Ferrell. You think he's so predictable. Not that it's really a franchise, but uh, apparently Inside Out 2 is one of Pixar's most successful films, which is saying something. And I did like Inside Out. That was handled the idea of uh, emotions in a funny and also very genuinely touching way. SP, if you're getting late from work, been out bush. What have you been doing out bush? I do like a succulent Chinese meal, and I feel somewhat remiss that I didn't get one last night. I haven't had a Chinese meal in a long time. So you liked Inside Out 2, but not as much as 1? And you reckon it's incredible. Introduces sense of self. I mean, I thought the original Inside Out was extremely well done. Sippy been helping run a small mining show. Oof, sounds like hard work. Strike in video games related to generative AI. That shit's probably going to die in the ass. So it adds morals and beliefs to emotions. Okay, that's cool. What do I get when I get Chinese? I'm typical white person, like lemon chicken, even absolute stereotype, sweet and sour pork, but it depends on what the place has on its menu. Oh, right. Anxiety attacks. It will help kids. Yeah, people freaking love Inside Out too. Uh, do they count as spoilers? They're just talking about the emotions, but that's a fair request. Oh, you're seeing it tomorrow. Okay. All right. So we should stop talking about it then. That's a fair request. Thinking of getting some more ice. Yeah, well, it's doing gangbusters. I read a thing saying it's Pixar's most successful film, which is quite the accomplishment. I think I'm going to go out and get some more ice and more mineral. Yeah, that's actually what I thought, Hannah. The stuff that you said is in the trailers because I was aware of those things. But anyway, we'll. I think it's fair if we leave it there for now, and I'll traumatize you with Tom Kitten for a minute or two while I go out and get some ice and mineral water, and honestly, probably have a pee break. Oh, okay. So you've been avoiding the trailers and everything. I get that. I'm sort of super obsessed with watching trailers though, and I occasionally get really pissed off where a trailer seems to give away the entire story of a movie. But I've just got this kind of obsession with watching trailers on YouTube. I do it a lot. Oh, what did I see that looked like it had a really good twist? It's called Greedy People. I won't give anything away, but it's just kind of like crime caper movie, and yeah, maybe they gave away a bit in the trailer, but not in a way that upset me. They just set it up like this has a real twist on how a lot of movies do these things. Celtic, you know me, I like sci-fi. I like good movies. Is that a weird thing to say? But yes, I did watch this trailer for a film called Greedy People. It's not something I'm going to see in the cinema. I'll watch it when it's free on streaming in about 6 months. But yeah, crime caper shenanigans, and it seemed to have a really interesting twist. Oh, you're doing some responsible adult shit. So you take care, and yeah, we'll probably be here later. So yeah, I'm just put a banner explaining what's happening. There you go. Tom Kitten is definitely not possessed. Ugh. So, Tom, you're in charge. Be good. If you can't be good, be careful. Take this lemon back. All right. I'll be back in a little bit. Oh, goodness me. Okay. Getting back together. How'd you go, Tom Kitten? Did you freak people out while I was gone? Alright, where's my fucking mouse? There we go. Tom Kitten is presented by... I should have put some music on, actually. Actually, Celtic, that is a sick and fucked up idea that I'm completely on board with. Sow AIDS's ashes into Tom Kitten, so Tom Kitten's possessed by AIDSy. Honestly, I'm completely on board with that. That sounds like a hell of a plan. Ugh. Okay. Topping up my glass with some fizz. And a little bit more of the fizz. And then I'll put some of my clarified bladder cordial. Because as previously mentioned, I'm a fancy boy. And I have fancy things. Right. Okay, well, that's almost gone. Friggin' great color, though. Fire engine red. Oh, that's some good shit right there. I'm enjoying having some of the good shit. It's a whole thing. And things getting a bit quiet, but that's okay. Okay, what's this very weird headline? Trump reckons he was involved in a helicopter emergency landing with former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown. Asked by a reporter about Vice President Kamala Harris's previous relationship with Brown, whether it helped her career, Trump said he knew Brown very well, told a story about a helicopter incident. I went down in a helicopter with him. Thought maybe this was the end. We're in a helicopter going to a certain location together. It's an emergency landing. Not a pleasant landing. Willie was a little concerned. I know him, but I haven't seen his. Brown says Trump's account is obviously wrong. Never been in a helicopter with him in my life. Trying his best to get somewhere to grade Kamala. Trump's just fucking unhinged, quite honestly. It's very weird. Well, I don't know, Celtic. Sometimes I make stuff that turns out to be just average. But again, like I improvised my dinner tonight. Cooked up some garlic, mushroom, onion, turkey mince, tomato paste and cream sauce, and baked it, and it was fucking good. So it's only 3 moments. Oh, this is really good. Probably more sugar than is good for me, but fuck it, man. Fuck it. It's party night, man. We're just gonna fucking do shit. Yeah, I was just thinking of my little barrels there. I have rye whiskey new make spirit aging in there. So then it won't be new make, it'll be rye whiskey. I have spiced rum in another one. The other one just has port in it. I'm just sort of seasoning the barrel, so it's got flavors. And I was thinking of doing just another whiskey blend in that, but maybe a whiskey liqueur, because I got my spiced brown sugar syrup. because I had this cheap whiskey, and I thought if I blended it with something and barrel aged it, it might taste better. But if I turn it into a liqueur, that would probably be good. Ah, Noah, how are you doing? For God's sake, Noah. See, I remembered. How you doing? Safa, second debate. Oh, yeah, that's an interesting question. Is it a second debate or a first debate, Mark? Yeah. Trump apparently has agreed to do one on the ABC network as per the original agreement. And because he realized he looked scared and weak, I think. Wants to do other things as well. I am genuinely interested in seeing what happens in Harris v. Trump debate. Noah, are you moving? I hope that's going well, because moving friggin' sucks, man. It's like one of the worst things. I'm fine, just like gearing up for the weekend. You know what? I'm gonna add some more soda water to that because it's maybe a little bit sweet. And I finished my soda water, and damn, I'm gonna have to go to the multiple times for the night. Okay. I've overfilled my drink, trying to stir it without spilling. Moving back to university. Nice. So you live on campus. So your university's like in a different city to your regular home. Is that what we're saying? You don't have to give any information that may divulge your whereabouts if that's not something you want to do. I agree, Celtic. I think he is scared and weak. Okay, so uni's about an hour away from home, so you're going to be on campus for the semester, I assume. I'm guessing, just because you talk about moving, so I'm assuming you're on campus for the semester. I grew up in a country town with no university, so going to university was my excuse to leave town and get away from the friggin' tiny little town where I grew up. So, I mean, that was, Jesus, some of my friends just fucked off straight from school to go to Sydney. They were bolder than me. I was a bit of a nervous, repressed country boy, and I couldn't quite bring myself to just swan off to Sydney. So I did it halfway by going to uni. Celtic, you want to be nomadic? Well, dude, you got to win lottery. There's some really good camper vans these days. I've seen some amazing pictures. And yes, I think we all agree, Stricky Sagi, Trumpy boy is panicking. No, when I was there, Dubbo had like a TAFE. I think it might have a campus for Charles Sturt University now for some courses, but it did not have that when I was there. So it was Mitchell College in Bathurst when I went there. It became the primary campus for Charles Sturt University. But there was definitely no university campus or university courses in Dubbo when I was there. Of which I am glad, because I wanted an excuse to get the fuck out of Dodge. And if you could have done like a uni course I wanted to do in Dubbo, that would have made it a bit more difficult for me to get out of Dubbo. Bathurst was definitely the closest college to Dubbo at the time. It's about halfway between Dubbo and Sydney. And where else were there universities? Like Riverina up in northern New South Wales and Wagga Wagga in the south. Last time I was in Dubbo, I don't even remember. Years ago, though. It's just a tiny fucking town, man. And I was a repressed fucking nerdy Catholic, and I got freedom when I was at college, and my whole world opened up. And I think I became less of a dick. Oh, you briefly. Oh, was that? I think you've told me that story. Was that from some convention or other? Anyway, I don't think I ever dated anyone from Bathurst. I did date people when I was at college, and we were both in Bathurst, but neither of us were from Bathurst. No, most of my family stayed in Dubbo. At a brother and a sister go to Brisbane. Had a brother and a sister go to Bathurst. Had a brother go to Canberra. So I guess that's half of them. So I guess only 4. Yeah, I'm one of 10 kids for anyone who's counting. I guess only 4 out of the 10 stayed in Dubbo. So yes, most did leave. I said Wagga Wagga is in the south. Sorry, Riverina is not Wagga Wagga, is it? Am I getting that confused? There was a uni in the north of New South Wales. What am I thinking of? Universities in New South Wales. List of universities in New South Wales. Charles Sturt, Macquarie, Southern Cross. New England. New England was what I was thinking of. I think that's what I was thinking of, but I'm pretty sure I was thinking of New England. Where is that on the map? Okay, come on, fuck off. Where is that on the map? It is, in fact, north of Dubbo, exactly as I thought. But maybe it's not called Riverina. But it was the one I was thinking about that was to the north of Dubbo. UNE, University of New England. Yeah, I maybe got the terminology wrong with Riverina. I was actually thinking about the University of New England. Oh, I nearly had sexy times. Actually, no, I had a girlfriend in Sydney who was from Wagga Wagga. Okay, so that's your area. So I believe you. You're right, Safa. But I remember sort of having a makeout session at college with this girl who was, like a country party. I think they were they called the Nationals then, or were they still the country party? I don't even remember. That was never going to work. I mean, she was hot and was up for it. Which, when I was 19, 20, that was all that counted. But it was like never going to work with her weird fucking conservative politics. Sad. Because, as I say, she was a hottie and was definitely into making out. So, um, never really went anywhere. And if it did go anywhere, it would have ended up getting derailed by her weird, fucked up politics. So yeah, she had some newspaper clippings. Um, and this is how obtuse I was. She had this newspaper clipping on a wall of some Nationals rep. I was reading it and I said out loud, "This guy's a fucking moron." And she said, "No, he's cool." I went, oh, it was like, why would you have this thing if you didn't agree with him? And I should have just, shut up and got some action. But anyway, no, Celtic again. Yeah, I think it's my Catholic upbringing. Um, I've not had that much. No, I never met her parents. It was a very short-lived fling. Never actually had sex, which I think was mainly my choice, actually. Because I was like, okay, I'm not just going to do the makeup and start fucking without actually knowing anything about you, because that's just weird. Which is how I felt about things then, and I still feel about things now. Well, about to have my 20th anniversary with Mrs. Angry, so I don't have to date anyone, which is a huge fucking relief. Uh, yeah, but I had a girlfriend for a year or two who was from Wagga Wagga, and I did meet her parents. So that was serious for a while. It ended up not working out because these things happen, and she decided it wasn't working out, so she was just going, you know what, I'm going on a world tour, and she did. She went and had a big holiday, and good for her. Lost count of the women's you made out with. I haven't. I can actually work it out. Okay, but here's the funny thing: I've rarely made out with someone I didn't actually have sex with. So I tend to get very serious with someone. I'm thinking, I, uh, there's probably less than half a dozen women I've made out with that I didn't have sex with. So ugh, I can't bear to think about that, Celtic, quite honestly. Yes. The actual girlfriend who I was with for a couple of years, her parents lived in Wagga. We used to go to Wagga and visit them. Uh, so that was the thing. Uh, uh, my, my weird youthful misadventures. I'm trying to think. No, I kind of don't want to get into anything. So, yeah, no, no. I was thinking about it. No, I don't want anything. Last year I went to Wagga's, probably about uh early 90s. That's how long ago that relationship was. I would say it was early to mid 90s that I went to Wagga. Yeah, that would be the time frame, I think. Early to mid 90s. So 30 years ago. I don't think I've been. I mean, I've driven. I know. Yeah, no, I would have driven through it on the way to Dubbo a couple of times. But actually visiting Wagga would be like 30 years ago. Damn, I'm old. There's stuff when I have to work out when it happened. And it happened a long fucking time ago. Damn. I surprise myself sometimes with how goddamn old I am. Wagga was bigger than Dubbo, basically. Always has been, continues to be. I think we did this on another stream, looking up populations. What's the Wagga population? Wow, there's some autocompletes. Why is Wagga Wagga so expensive? Does Wagga Wagga get cold? Fuck yes. Well, people also search for Dubbo. There you go. Wagga Wagga the Riverina. Man, it's so weird that I was wrong about that. But anyway. Okay, Wagga Wagga population. Jesus Christ, 68,000. And what are they saying Dubbo is these days? 43,500. Yeah, Wagga Wagga's always been bigger than Dubbo and continues to be bigger than Dubbo. No, my brother who lived in Canberra never worked as a public servant. He was like a labourer, did a whole bunch of weird jobs, actually. Oh, no, nice double. A fruit tingle cocktail and cooking beef strog. Very nice double there, Strictly Sega. Although me being me, I'll be going like, if I have a beef dish, that's an old fashioned. As I say, you're having that fruit tingle before the beef strog. With the beef strog, I'd have an old fashioned or a Manhattan or a variant thereof. Ugh. Oh, damn, Daniel. Trying to think. Yeah. I think I have decided because I was going to do a whiskey blend to age in the third barrel, but I have a whiskey blend going one over rum and the other. I think it'd be a liqueur, but then again, I don't really age that for very long. Doing a sour with dinner, nice. Sweet drink to get you in the happy mood. We like that. Actually, I just love the boozy ones. That's right. Can I remember what the boozy drink I had that I liked? Drink the Baff Badass. No? Scotch Sherry Aperol. Oh, bitter as fuck. Okay, that's what that stands for. I should have put a marker in here because I quite liked that drink. Maybe I'll never find it again. It was the something tears. Dimeback. Okay, I think those are classics. Gin. Does Geneva count as gin? A mortal enemy. What a good name for a cocktail. A mortal enemy. Gin, creme de cacao, blackcurrant cordial, and absinthe. Great name for a cocktail. So what happened? I had a Maxi Bon waffle. Oh, should say Vieux Carré. What are you saying? I should barrel age a Vieux Carré? That's basically what that one I sent you was. It was a variant on a Vieux Carré, anyway. I think I might just make a liqueur and barrel age it. Rigadoon, gin, some sort of puree, lemon juice. Ooh. Dick Brautigan, gin, Puntamez, grapefruit infused Puntamez. Amaro, that's very mild. Jess Berlin, I just love looking at these names. The Joy Division, gin, vermouth, Cointreau, and dashes of absinthe. That's interesting. A sweetened martini. A Mexi gin martini, gin, vermouth, mezcal, and tequila, and green chartreuse, and celery bitters. Damn. Rum drinks, Amityville. Rum, vermouth, absinthe, apple juice, vanilla syrup. Oh, wow, I randomly found it. I need to put a marker in here. Hadley's Tears. All right, I gotta make a Hadley's Tears for my cocktail channel at one point. I found it. There we go. Yeah, and I know it's named after the Amityville horror classic. You get a taste of heaven with that one, and you want more? Yes, the house in the Amityville horror that says "Get out." Yeah, Vieux Carré variants are good, and particularly if you make a huge batch like I made for the barrel, you can put little subtle things in there. Like I want to try Vieux Carré with green absinthe in it. Not green absinthe, green chartreuse. I might make it now. Get fucked up with the boys. Chartreuse Vieux Carré. So instead of the Benedictine, make green chartreuse the herbal element. Do yeah. Oh man, fat fingers. Vieux Carré cocktail. We do a whiskey drink, we do a brandy drink, we do a vermouth drink, we do a herbal drink. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna fucking do it. It's Friday night. Get fucked up. You're feeling the fruit tingle because you double shotted everything. Oh wait, sorry, you got something you didn't tell me. I want to hear. You told a banana joke. Now I've kind of forgotten what the banana joke is, but you're at dinner at a birthday. I feel like you've done something to cause trouble. Oh, the wife eating the nun, the sex worker. Yeah, okay. The housewife. Okay. You told how okay. To do an unintentional pun, how did that go down? Are there people who are not going to talk to you anymore? Oh no! Your friend's parents wouldn't talk to you for the rest of the night. Oh my god! Hardcore Christians. Oh my god. Oh. Oh wow. Wow. I swear to God, if you want to fucking upset them even more, you make if they're Christians, you make that one an altar boy. Um, that's oh, I'm a bad person. Why did I even say that out loud? You didn't read the room. Oh my god, you absolutely did not read the room. Okay, Celtic, the banana joke. Okay. Um three women sitting on a park bench, each having a banana. They're a nun, a sex worker, and a housewife. The nun gets her banana and peels it and breaks off a little bit and nibbles it, breaks up a little bit, nibbles it, breaks it. The sex worker peels her banana and deep throats it and swallows it all in one go. The housewife peels her banana and goes, "Ugh." Your excuse is you'd had a few cocktails. Oh dear. Oh my god. Read the strictly sake. Oh shit. Oh. Wait, I don't have my. Ooh. Fuck it. Why don't I make it with my umami vermouth? That could be fucking crazy. Okay, I'm about to do a really wacky experiment. So the looks from the birthday girl as you're telling her parents that joke, you had the hand on the back of your head, you look up and she's so mad. But overall, fun. A gay roommate joke? Okay. Right, I can't be bothered going out and getting my sweet vermouth. So I think I'm going to make a Vucere variant with my umami vermouth. Because I think that will be interesting. Okay. What do you think? 3/4. Let's fucking go. Ah, rye whiskey. Cognac. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, that's what I was looking for. Also, I seem to have done weird things down there. That's okay. Vermouth and a Benedictine. Into the mystery. Your bit of mystery. Man, okay, there are a lot of bottles here. I should fucking put some of them away. Make my life easy. Okay. Did I pick up the brandy? I did. Okay, cool. Easily confused. Easily. Okay, so brandy. Whiskey. Vermouth. Benedictine. How much Benedictine left? Okay. Benedictine. Peach rose bitters and aromatic bitters. Peach rose bitters. Aromatic bitters. All right. Experiment time. Oh. Good Lord. Add it to list of jokes to not tell hardcore Christian parents. One works better if you're male. How can you tell if your roommate's gay? His cock tastes like shit. Yes, that does work a bit better if you're male. All right. Chill that down a little bit. And see. Oh, that works. Ooh, I'm on board with that. Wait, did you add Discord pics? What's the pics on Discord? Strange news. Texas school bans all black clothing, citing mental health concerns. Oh, where is... Oh, Mofo sign in the city. Oh, yes, that's very Melbourne. Yes, one was you. But yeah, you're talking about the pictures Mofo sign posted. That sort of tism stuck in my head because of the news this week that they're releasing new album and doing and headlining a show. Oh, I like that. It's like vieux carré, but the umami flavor comes in late. It's quite nice. It's a very interesting variation. I like it. Probably like a standard vieux carré more, but that's a good variation. I like having things. The pig with the bike stands looks like Joyce claps. Okay, I will share the pictures. Okay. Where are we? Oh, Jesus. Fucking phone ding. Okay, my ringer is too loud because that thing scared the shit out of me. Right. Sharing the pictures that Mofo Sign posted of being around Melbourne. An Asian grocer. Classic tram shot. Crowd outside a 7-Eleven. It's like someone had the bike attached to that and they got everything stolen. And then street cafe. Something you have to do. You got to do. Watermarks on the bottom right of screen. Are there? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I just don't know at all. Well, there are so many variants of Our Lips Are Sealed on YouTube. Who knew? I didn't. It's like Swanston Street. Yeah. All right. I'm not sure if that was Southern Cross. MoFi Sans just posted them to the Discord without actually coming onto the stream, so I'm not sure. Oh, that's fucking yummy. Are you randomly doing Neil Diamond there? Oh, okay. I'm not seeing that on StreamYard. Yeah, no, that's the subscribe button on YouTube. Yes. Videos on YouTube have the little icon there, and it's if you're not already subscribed and you click on that, it subscribes you. But because I'm viewing on StreamYard, I don't actually see the watermark that's on YouTube. That's why I was thrown a bit, because I'm not actually watching from YouTube. I'm watching from StreamYard. Yeah, it is quiet, but that's okay. Staying in the Melbourne CBD here for your medical things. Yeah, I hope you have some fun. I am so rarely in the CBD. Like, I do go in for work on Mondays and Tuesdays, but it's such a friggin' palaver to go into see. Which honestly, sometimes I miss it because there are such good places to go out in the CBD. Quite honestly, absolute fucking class cocktail bars for a start, but really good food as well. But I hardly ever do it. Get tons of grinder hits in the CBD. That's true. Kelsey, you like things quiet? I don't mind quiet. We can just hang out and be quiet. I don't know. Might not go super late. You like it? You reckon I get more Tim Smith when it's busy? I mean, yeah, distinctly possible. I'm pacing myself here. Christ, what I keep thinking is like just the volume. I need volume stuff, and I keep need to pee. Yeah, I think Melbourne's a pretty classy city. Honestly, I very much like it. I mean, I enjoyed Sydney when I lived in Sydney. Melbourne's much better though. Gonna break out the trivia. I mean, I love being posed with trivia. Melbourne's classic is the crackheads wear ties. Oh god, I haven't worn a tie. Oh god, how long? Used to have to do it in the 90s. Like, I don't know if I've worn a tie for 20 years. Like, I have a massive tie collection because kind of like I have these shirts now. Like, these shirts are my thing. So I have all these different shirts. Back when I had to wear a tie in the office, I was wacky tie guy, and I had a huge collection of ties. Yeah, I don't know. Ray's might be tired. He might be working. Well, we actually did this comparison recently, Celtic. Sydney's the most expensive. Canberra's second. Melbourne's third or fourth. Some parts of Brisbane are weirdly expensive. Think Canberra's getting more of Melbourne's personality? Well, that's a better choice for Canberra than taking on Sydney's personality, quite honestly. That would be a lost cause. But yeah, I don't know Canberra at all. I've only visited it a few times, and I've never gone out in Canberra. I've never like had a night on the town in Canberra, so I literally have no idea what Canberra nightlife is like. It's a whole thing that is a mystery to me. Am I gonna get Jim Smith? I just kind of feel like I'm getting a little bit tired, but that's okay. I am perpetually going to the loo. Uh, oh, what an animal. What an animal. Can't take me anywhere. I do like going out in Melbourne. As I was saying, I hardly ever go to the CBD, which is a bit disappointing because it's good. Justin, based on averages, parts of Sydney are much cheaper than average. Oh yeah, no, I remember us having this conversation, Justin. Uh, you may be underestimating how expensive Sydney's West is these days. It's like there was an article that got circulated quite a bit online a few weeks ago. You could buy a castle, a literal castle in France, about an hour outside Paris, for cheaper than a 3-bedroom home in Western Sydney. So, damn. Not sure what quality of life you'd have in this castle in France, but it was a thing. Actually, look, I'll see if I can find it. Let me see. I'm just going to do French castle. This Sydney home. Here it is, I think. I think I found it straight away. A 3-bedroom house in Mount Druitt sells for the same price as a castle in the French countryside. I think. Okay, I'll show you. I'll actually put this on the screen, seeing as I found it. So you're saying houses are twice as much as Perth, but your shopping's expensive. And yes, the harbour is one of the most expensive places in the world. This isn't a current affair, but it is news.com. Okay, let me try and do the present. Okay. Okay, so you can see that's the castle in France. 861 euros, which is about apparently 1.3 million Australian. That's a much more fucking palatable ding. This is Angry Going to Bed. So yeah, that's the castle and the grounds, and that's a house in Mount Druitt, 1.24 million. So these are roughly the same price. That house in Mount Druitt and that castle in France are roughly the same price. So yeah, okay, equivalent. That house, that castle. Uh, what a fucking thing. Oh no, getting sick does suck. Is Canada's housing worse than Australia? Okay, well that's fucking saying something. 'Cause ours is not great. Oh god, I feel like I want to have another fucking mineral water. Rather than drink more alcohol, because I think if I drink more alcohol, that would be me freaking done. So I might disappear momentarily and get some more ice and some more mineral water because I don't know how much longer I'm going to last. So you know what? I might put some music on just for fun. I haven't done the elevator music for ages. Lo-fi is pretty funky. Oh, that was finishing a cycle just as I came in. Okay. All right. The castle was very undefended. Didn't have turrets or matriculations. It's probably a castle for certain values of castle. It's possibly a little bit of a stretch to call it a castle, that one. Not really easily defensible. The barbarians would overrun you. Is what I'm saying. What I'm super seeing. Okay, we're going to turn a couple of things off on there. Oh, neat. Bruce Lehrman's property raided by Anti-Corruption Commission in police. What's that about? Property raided, part of a National Anti-Corruption Commission investigation into a conspiracy that he allegedly improperly held documents linked to the scrapped French. Seriously? Jesus, a fucking rapist and security risk. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck that guy, honestly. Dang. Off to bed. Have a good night's sleep, Celtic. Thank you for hanging out. I don't now. It is like it's definitely a quiet night. And what do I do on quiet nights? I fire up Red Dead Redemption and get either pretty scenery or murderous rampages. What's everyone think? Should I do pretty scenery or a murderous rampage? We're clicking on it. It's probably going to say, we have to install an update. And it'd be like, fuck you. Fuck you and your goddamn updates. Quite honestly. Yep. No, it's doing it. I fucking predicted it. I was like, yep. You know what? Let's do this thing. I bet it does an update. It's doing a fucking update. Fucking knew it. God damn it. Oh. I needed that, actually. Just some mineral water. Oh, yeah. It is ASMR me rubbing my palms. Justin, you put a graph on the Discord. Oh, wow. Okay, so let me have a look at this. So this graph apparently shows housing prices Australia v Canada. The one that's going up more sharply is Canada. Okay, that's 5. In what world is average housing prices in Australia 500,000? Anyway, so it's basically short version is they are having a worse time with housing in Canada than we are in Australia. Yeah, okay, you're saying exactly the same thing. So I have questions. Hey, Noah, you're back. How you doing? It's just a very chill night. We're just chilling and hanging. And I was thinking of um putting Red Dead on as sort of wallpaper or what? But yeah, there are such a tiny number of houses in the bush compared to in the cities. No, we looked that up. Dubbo houses are really friggin' expensive. Eating strong, drinking sours. Nice. So, Noah, you're at 2 p.m. It's nearly 11 p.m. for us. So you'd be 2 p.m. on Friday. We're 11 p.m. on Friday. Oh, there's the shotgun loading for Red Dead. Oh, if I can StreamYard change something so it won't share sound from Windows, which is stupid. Yeah, put story on. No, I want story. What the fuck? Okay, I clicked on the wrong thing because I'm an idiot. West Dubbers all cracked tens. Yeah. But we did actually do a search on Dubbo real estate a while back, and there were some expensive fucking houses in Dubbo. Heard you can't live in a house that's crack smoke. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna put this on because again, just in terms of setting the vibe. Tell me if you're not playing it, get rid of it. Okay, I fucking know. It sucks. Saying crack gets absorbed. No. All right, so Arthur, we're in Anusburg, which fucking no, sorry, that's Van Horn, which is worse than Anusburg. The only fun thing about Van Horn is there's no law. So if you start shit and start killing people, the law doesn't get involved. But everyone in Van Horn is angry and will fucking shoot at you. So, okay, horsey, let me get some good guns. Semi-automatic shotgun for a start. And just in case we really need to start thinking, a sighted rifle. We'll just strap those. Okay. What's going on in here? Wait, is there a poker game here? Let's play some poker. Fuck yeah, poker game. Oh, this is blackjack. I prefer poker to blackjack, but let's see. See what happens. Bet 2 cents. No, we are betting more than that. Let's go crazy and bet $1. What have I got? I got 20. We're going to fucking stand on 20. Thank you very much. All right. I freaking won. Sounds crackly as fuck. It's probably the Red Dead. I might have to shut. Okay, I need to obviously I need to shut Red Dead down. It's obviously that was clearly fucking up my bandwidth, so I'll just stop doing it. You're gonna chuck on a movie. Have fun. Oh, sorry. That chart was in US dollars. Yeah. So that's a whole thing. Yeah. I think Red Dead was breaking up my bandwidth, which is a thing that happens. C'est la vie. I don't know. It's such a quiet night. I might retire early as well. Not right now. Just saying. And not only was Red Dead fucking up my bandwidth, it was making the cooling fan on my laptop work overtime. It was sounding like a plane coming into land, and it's only just calming down now. Oof. I think it's very good if I hydrate. I mean, it's definitely going to make me have to get up and pee during that. I mean, it's just it's so quiet, Safa, and that's fine. I don't mind if there's an occasional quiet night. And I'm not going right now. You know, it's going to take me a while to finish this and then put some thought into what I'm doing. But also, you know, I do wuss out. I wuss out semi-regularly. And not going to do it. But, you know, we'll just go. I think I need to hydrate and then I won't be fine. Because I'm going to do a Saturday, all things being equal, I'm going to do a Saturday night stream as well. So, you know, we'll see what happens on Saturday night. Oh, do you want to join, Dr. Abigail? I mean, I definitely up for that. If you want to join. So, right, I was just thinking of a topic for conversation as well. And I need to look something up to make sure I get it right. Let me have a look. Okay, that was the wrong link for what I was trying to find out. Let me try that. Oh yeah, okay, that's the thing I found. Okay, cool. Canadians doing all sorts of things. And there's Dr. Abigail. Hello.
Oh, hello.
How you doing?
And no one can recognize me. Okay, now you can.
Okay. So you're this joke. If you're old enough to remember the Pet Shop Boys, the two people outfit, Neil Tennant and his sidekick who did the music, and in all the photos and videos, The other guy was always wearing a hat and sunglasses. And Neil Tennant had a joke: if he wants to go incognito in public, he wears no glasses and no hat, because then no one will recognize. Because it's the old joke that if you want to be in public and not be recognized, you wear sunglasses and a hat. But
Oh, look,
he
yeah,
always had a
Henry
hat and
Cavill
sunglasses.
did that.
Yeah,
The
yes.
Superman for Man of
He proved
Steel.
the Clark Kent thing.
He did it. He sat underneath a giant billboard in Times Square, New
Yeah.
York, of with the big Superman logo, and he just sat there and no one recognized him. It
No,
was
he went
great.
further. He was interviewing
With the sun.
people. No, he was interviewing people and with a microphone and saying blah 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 blah, and huge neon signs of Superman all around him, and no one he interviewed went, "Hey, that's you, isn't it?" Because he was wearing glasses.
Yeah,
It's friggin'
so good.
incredible. Yeah. Little things can fool us so easily.
Mhm.
It's amazing.
So
Um,
I
yeah,
don't know if you realize yet or not, but notice anything different?
that's a different background behind you.
Yes. This I got my new desk.
Oh, so you've changed the angle because of your new
I've
desk.
changed the layout. So oh, I just kicked my cable routing. So this is my new standing desk. So if
Very
I
neat.
want, I can.
If you want.
Hi. Or I can put it up all the way. Yeah.
That's right.
Hi. Oh no.
Now you're
This is
Fu. You're leaning across the Kilroy was here. Yeah.
yes. Or I can bring it back down.
Oh,
I just like
wow.
the parallax
Yeah,
effect when it's moving.
yeah.
It's very cool because you see it in 2D on the screen, but
Yeah,
you're not used to seeing that
yeah,
in
yeah.
real life.
Yeah,
So yeah,
neat.
new desk and it's massive. I got the as you know, I got the 1.8 meter wide
Very
desk and
very
there's
big
so
desk.
much room.
Very
So
big.
much room. Yeah.
Mm. Oh,
So yeah,
dear.
here we are.
Yep. So the way I was uh uh rambling about what I was looking up, it was tying into a thing we've discussed where like you're really deeply into the lore of a couple things that I'm very surface
Oh
level on.
yeah.
Tolkien stuff and Star Trek stuff, and even the Star Wars stuff you were saying. That's like, well, I
Hmm.
don't know that, so I don't watch it with that in my head. I just look at it and going,
Yes.
is this entertaining me? And it's all right. A fun one was in the Marvel movie universe, Iron Man 3, which I thought was quite good because there's the whole thing
Mm.
with Tony Stark actually having panic attacks because of the trauma
Yes.
he'd been through. But the bad guy, and it turned out to be a fake bad guy, the
Oh yeah.
Mandarin, which I thought was like really well done, and I thought it was a really funny joke when it was just this dork actor that Ben Kingsley
Hmm.
was playing. Um, but Marvel fans were really upset because the Mandarin was a really important character in it. But I thought they just did a killer payoff for that, like, years later in Shang Tsung and the Seven Rings, where they had the actual Mandarin and he had Ben Kingsley prisoner because he was punishing him for shitting all
Yep.
over his name. And I just thought that was the best payoff ever, that the real Mandarin was so upset that this fucking actor had made him look like a child.
It
And
was
I
just a
just thought,
job though. Like, why punish him? Punish the
I
people
know,
who
but
paid
Ben
to
Kingsley is
for
so
him.
funny. Ben Kingsley's just go,
Yeah.
"Yeah, I'm just doing a thing, he's
Yep.
hilarious. Ben Kingsley is just fucking great. Like, you look at, he got super, super, super famous when he played Gandhi. That was in, like, the 80s or something.
Yeah.
Um, but you look at his
Gandhi.
whole career,
Yes.
and he does comedy and crazy shit like Sexy Beast, where he's just such a horrible, threatening character. And
I haven't
oh
seen
my
it.
God, Laura, it was so hard for me to not segue then. But that's the sort of thing I would have done if Aidsy was joining back in the day. I'd do. Speaking of horrible characters, here's Aidsy.
Yeah.
I just couldn't do it to you. I couldn't do it to you. But
So my throat is really sore, so I don't know how long I'm going to last tonight.
I
It
don't know how long I'm
appears
going to last. Yeah.
I had a nana nap today because I wore myself ragged this week. There's an entire story attached to me setting this desk up, and it was arduous to say the least. And this week has been just me recovering
That's fair.
in the context of having to do shit.
Yeah.
And I think I'm sick. I think I'm actually getting sick. So I don't know how long I'm going to last,
So have
especially
you
if I'm
moved home or
talking a
something?
lot. Sorry?
Have you moved
What?
home or something?
No, I've just turned. I've got a new desk, and it's instead of my back against the wall, I'm facing the wall. It's just I'm in the same place. It's just different background. So usually
been up
I'm
to,
looking
Laura?
at all this stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm currently facing my wall. I'd actually prefer to be the other way around. But
this opens up my lounge room a lot more. So
Mm.
it's more feng shui. It's a verb now.
So I did a thing.
Anyway.
I got a parcel a little while ago. I use for my model making activities. I use a scalpel.
Yeah.
And sort of they've all got detachable blades, so you can swap the different ones. And I just went and bought a crap ton of blades. Honestly, I bought 425 blades.
Okay.
That's enough for 425 emos.
Oh. Oh my God.
Dark joke.
Oh my God.
Oh, I love it.
Thing is, I've been using that joke for like a decade now or something. But you have to tell it at the right place.
Yeah.
My War Games Club got
Oh.
people a little more fragile to humor, and so it's like, I can't use it there.
That's brilliant. I love it.
Yeah. One of the blades that I got, 25 of the blades that I got were these absolutely micro chisel blades. Just give you an idea, this is the blade. Okay.
Oh wow.
That's the thing.
Wow.
Damn.
And I've got big hands because I'm trans. So yeah, it's about
hands.
1.75 mil wide chisel blade.
I've relatively small hands.
So do I.
Compared to not baby hands, but yeah, I've comparable hands for female hands.
Yeah, so, I was joking.
I've met cis women with larger hands and larger feet than me, so.
Me
whatever.
too, for that matter. But
Yeah.
You know what? I was watching the first Deadpool movie, and he's lost his hand, and then he's starting to regrow it. It's like a little tiny child's hand.
Yeah.
My first thought was, oh, Donald Trump.
Yeah. Yep. I really want to go see the Deadpool Wolverine movie.
So do I, actually.
Yeah.
Just to go full on silliness with it.
Yeah. But I'm seeing Inside Out 2 first.
That's fair.
And I'm going to a queer book club tomorrow.
Ooh. Is it for a particular book, or are you just meeting up with people?
It is for a particular book. I haven't read the book though. So
okay.
I don't have a copy of it. I forget what it's called. It's
I feel like you're really going to be on the back foot in this book club.
A little bit, but I'm gonna whatever.
Yeah,
am I
when
gonna
they
do?
start going, they start talking about the book, and you, that's what the book was called. Yeah, okay.
It's
yeah.
called Milk Fed. It's by an author named Melissa Broder,
Okay.
and I'm sure I'll get by. They said that you didn't really have to read anything but like the first chapter or so.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's more a social group than anything.
Yeah, which is what
I'm gonna
book clubs
see if I
should
can.
do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna like try and find an online copy of the first chapter.
That was a fun noise, wasn't it? Yeah. I'm listening to another lecture series on Audible, published by the same people who did the Ancient Egypt one I listened to. So it's 40 hours of half-hour lectures on world mythology, which is interesting because it's going broad. It's going Greek, Roman, Egyptian, Middle Eastern, Far Eastern, and I'm not even halfway through. But it's as a diversion. And prior to that, I was listening to one that was recommended by a guy I work with called Sapiens. As the writer is just their version of history, and it's a really fascinating mix of philosophy and history, and what was actually really good for humans over the last 60,000 years of our development. And
Okay.
it's like basically just saying, like,
Oh,
the
fuck you. Fuck. I just lost the game.
you lost the game. Okay.
Because Will just lost the game, which meant I just lost the game, which meant you all just lost the game.
Because that's how it works.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Damn
So
it.
what works?
The game.
The game.
What?
Of life.
You've
the
heard
only
of
way
the
to
game,
win is to not
obviously.
play,
The
Laura.
smile on your
Yeah,
face
so
gives
you
it
win.
away.
Yeah.
You are playing the game whether you know it about it or not.
Do you know when you said about sort of an audio book, and I just had this sort of gruesome idea. It's not. It's a thing that can't possibly happen. But I just had imagined, sort of a Donald Trump audio book read by Donald Trump, and it's like, this isn't the thing that could possibly happen because he barely has the ability to read, let alone write.
Yeah. Well, his most famous autobiography, in the last 10 years, the ghostwriter has come out and just gone, I just made shit up. Dealing with him telling me stories for 6 months was like the worst fucking experience of my life. And I literally just made shit up for this book, and he was super excited at how well I made up stories and fuck Donald Trump. And Trump's going, that never happened. And it's just like, we all know this guy's telling the truth and you're lying. It's just like,
do you know, it was really weird yesterday because I was listening to Donald Trump giving a speech about, there's going to be a debate now, so that's going to happen.
yes.
But he was giving a speech leading up to that kind of thing, and he was talking about how he'd supposedly lost Georgia. When I say supposedly lost Georgia, because he doesn't believe he lost Georgia in the last election, and he won these other two states, like Louisiana and Mississippi, or somewhere like that, southern states. So he'd won those, and he'd had the most votes ever recorded in history, and it's like, okay, I hear that, and I wonder, is that true, or is that in the not true category? Because Donald Trump lies all the time. Now, I seem to remember in the last election that there were a lot of people voting. It's like, we need to make sure Donald Trump doesn't get in, and we need to make sure Donald Trump gets in. So it encouraged lots of people to make sure they voted. So it's like, they've never had that many votes before. quite possibly true. The problem is I don't know without checking it out, because you can't listen to anything Donald Trump says and expect it to not be a lie.
Yeah.
You know, the expectation now is he's lying. I need to double check these things.
Yeah.
You know, so and like, you know, he supposedly lost Georgia, and that just wasn't, you know, there must be something wrong there. And it's like, hey Donald, maybe it could be that you did win those other 2 states and you didn't win the other one, and they weren't cheating. Nobody was cheating. They just didn't like you as much as they preferred Biden.
It was Trump lost because more people were motivated to vote against him. As opposed, I feel like most people weren't voting for Biden; they were voting against Trump.
Yes.
And it was true that I think he got more votes than any incumbent president had got previously. It's just that Biden actually got more.
Yeah, exactly like 2016 as well, of course, because he didn't win the popular vote. He's always been a loser.
I wonder if he believes his own lies.
Oh, he's insane. Maybe he is. Hi, Maeve. How you doing, by the way? We're having a relatively quiet night here, and we're just chatting and chilling. How are you, and what are you up to? But Dr. you raised an interesting thing. To me, it's not just Trump. It's like all the weirdos of the internet when they say stupid shit, and it's like, do you actually believe that, or do you just think if you repeat the lie often enough, you might convince other people? Because it's very hard to tell the difference between a scammer and a moron, and because they say the same things.
Yeah, like I say, I think Donald Trump is one of those cases where, you know, he believes it because he wants it to be true.
Yeah. I think he does end up convincing himself. Oh God, Maeve, that's putting the pressure on us, giving you some mental stimulation. Okay.
Yeah, but like interplanetary voyages take so long. Just
you've got a fellow traveler, Maeve, with Dr. Abigail, who's done that. So,
and she did it all the way from
especially if you're doing just like a minimum energy transfer orbit. Like it takes 3 days just to get to the moon, or like 9 months minimum to get to Mars, and you do a mid transfer burn between both of them, and it's just so boring.
And so that's the time. In game time, how long does that take?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I've never played Kerbal Space
Program. Because it's just reminding me of, again, one of our regulars on the stream, Musical Aviator. He loves doing flight sims, and those hardcore flight sim people will do the flights in real time, which means for hours, nothing is happening because they're just flying a 747 at cruising altitude for hours.
I have a space sim that is ultra realistic, and I used to play it all the time, and it is like it models everything ultra realistically, and I could.
Are we talking about
like no. Oh God, no. It's called Orbiter. It models aerodynamics, orbital physics, gravity, all that stuff. Fuel, weight, mass, the rocket, the rocket equation, everything. Your power use, oxygen levels. It even simulates cryo temperature, and where your tank the fuel is.
Oh wow!
Shit like that.
Damn.
So, and you can. How much does the light believe in there? Yeah. Yes. So you could use different real world spacecraft like the space shuttle or the
Yeah.
Saturn V, or you could use a futuristic craft
Yeah.
that it kind like it uses hyper advanced engines and it has ram jets and shit like that.
Now, when you say futuristic craft, are you talking about Elon Musk saying it'll be done next year?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. It's not like the Enterprise where it's got anti-grav and shit. It's not that far in the future. It's like modeled on something that like you would see in the movie Interstellar, for example. Something like that.
Something that could potentially happen in our lifetime. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I could take off, park in orbit, rendezvous with the space station, change orbital inclination. I can plot a course to the moon, get to the moon, land, take off from the moon, get back to Earth orbit. Getting back onto the ground on Earth is fucking hard. I burned up every time. I just couldn't do it.
Was getting to Mars. Physics. Okay.
Yeah, it's that atmosphere. The atmosphere was just fucking terrible. And getting to Mars, I never quite made it. It was just yeah.
I was going to throw back to Maeve asking about how much does a liar believe their lies. I have no idea how much you know about my oeuvre. I started making videos on YouTube more than 18 years ago, and in the early for 15, I don't know, 10 or 15 years, I was doing angry radical left politics, and I would get weirdo knuckle dragging right wingers going, and I would always get into the thing like when they were saying something that was just stupidly, pathetically, demonstrably untrue, and I was going, okay, it's just trivially easy to prove what you're saying is not true. So that puts you in one of two camps. You're a fucking moron, or you're a fucking liar who knows they're lying and is just trying to browbeat people with lies. So which are you? A fucking moron who believes it, or a fucking liar? And they used to get really frustrated with me when I would just say, it's trivially easy to disprove what you're saying. So you're one of two things, an absolute fucking moron or a pathetic fucking liar. Which are you? Because those are the only two options.
Neither are good.
Neither of them are good options.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
One of the things that made me chuckle is how, and this is the same whether it's in America or the Tories, they've just lost an election. And so, because in America, the GOP in the states, individual states, are kind of trying to stop people from voting because they're worried they might vote the wrong way. And funnily enough, they tried that in the UK. We decided that we, for a thing that isn't a problem, as in the number of people that have done it is like, less than 20.
Yeah.
Fraudulent voters.
Yeah.
So they decided that you'd have to have ID to be able to vote.
Yeah.
So you got to have photo ID, which is a problem when we don't have photo ID in this country.
Yeah.
So, you'd have to go through the elections at the council elections department and get, submit a photo and, your name and address and that kind of stuff. And they would send you a piece of paper, just printed out piece of paper saying, yes, this person is eligible to vote. And then you can go to a polling station to do it, as if they haven't got more important things to do. But, because not everybody drives or has a passport. Anyway, so what happens is, unfortunately, the Tories thought this would be a good idea to stop those poor people from voting because they won't be able to afford a passport. And then there's the rigmarole. So, unfortunately, also became a problem when old people, weren't able to vote. They turned up, sorry, you got to have voting, you got to have ID. Oh, okay. And they just went home and couldn't be bothered going back. So as a result, they lost a load of votes.
Yeah.
But there's the undercomedy element of, it's like, okay, so really, you want as many people to vote as possible so that you can have as many people vote for you as possible. And it's like, but if people aren't voting for you, as in you just lost an election, this could be down to two things. Number one is, it's down to one thing. They didn't like you. And maybe you should come up with policies that people might like you. In other words, there's something wrong with your policies if they don't want to vote for you.
Yeah.
Get some policies that make people want to vote for you. So, for example, most people are fine with LGBT people. So if you're going to be a transphobic government, maybe stop doing that, because maybe that way the people who know, the LGBT and supporting people are more likely to vote for you, etc., etc.
Yeah.
All these other things.
They're fighting battles that don't make sense. There's a generally held belief among conservative political groups around the world that the more people who vote, the more people will vote against conservatism. Like, there's a belief that with compulsory voting, like we have in Australia, it weakens the conservative vote, because the mentality is somewhere along the lines of conservatives are obsessive and power mad. So no matter how hard you make it for them to vote, they're still likely to vote because they want to seize power. Whereas people who support progressive causes are less motivated to vote. So if you make it difficult for them to vote, there will be less votes for progressive causes. Now, I don't know if that does actually play out in the real world, but it's a very strong line of belief in conservative political parties in Western democracies.
I think another part of, and especially in America, that the GOP seem to be going for the base, their base supporters. But the problem is their base supporters are only like maybe 30% of the Republican Party.
And you need to get a plurality of votes. And when they pivot to the fringe, it's like, yeah, great, that small number of fringe lunatics are really foaming at the mouth supporting you. But they're a really small sliver of the overall voting public. And
speaking about the public, have you heard about what's been going on in the UK for the last week?
Oh, the race riots?
Yeah, basically, people have been calling them the Farage riots, which has been hilarious because he doesn't like being associated with rioting. Even though
it was his rhetoric that inflamed everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, your cat's making full-on noises, Abigail.
It's a song of her people. I think it's either she's in pain, or I don't know what else it could be. She's old. She's just old.
Yeah. Oh, mate, you highlight a really funny thing. The way American Republicans are getting wound up just by the innocuous word weird is absolutely hilarious. It is so funny. Just going, they're weird. They're fucking weird. They are obsessing about fringe shit that an overwhelming majority of the population doesn't care about or is actively supportive of. And it's exactly like Laura was saying. They're pandering to the core, which is a really small subset of the voting public. They are genuinely weird. And it's super funny that they get upset by being called weird. It's very funny.
Well, the core of fascism is that they're seen as the norm.
Yeah.
Like, they need to be seen as the norm for them to be successful. And when this message of they're fucking weird is so successful, of course they're going to get upset. But
Yeah,
really, they are really fucking weird.
they are. They're
Yeah,
fucking weird.
Something else that just occurred to me, and I've thought about it before, but it's sort of relevant now. So with the whole Trump and he lost the election, and he was angry about that, so he just lies about it unless he just believes it. I wonder whether the sort of I believe that I won because I'm popular is a sort of like a mental picture that he's created for himself, because he'll go to rallies and he'll have like thousands of people all cheering him on and stuff like that. And of course, when you go to, I'm sure Kamala has she has exactly the same thing. These are people that support her, and there's a rally, effectively. So it's a rally for people who support her, and it's a rally for people who support him. And I suppose it would be easy to forget that, there's also those people that don't turn up, that could be on the fence or don't like you, and so it would be easy to to delude yourself that you're really popular, because all these people keep turning up at these rallies all over the country. Everywhere I go, people turn up for these rallies. I must be super, super popular. And then he loses an election. It's like, well, that can't be right, because I'm super popular. Because all these people turn up to the rallies that I organise for myself.
He's also a malignant narcissist. So
yes,
he believes that he's the center of the universe.
Yes, and he's had that his whole life as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he's had an inflated sense of his own importance. He has repeatedly gotten away with rampant criminal behavior, and so he definitely believes he's above everyone else. He believes he's above the law.
I heard an amusing person say, on like one of these MSNBC things, someone basically saying that the amusing that he that JD Vance, the vice presidential nominee for the Republicans, he has no convictions at all. That in the past he would say one thing, and now he's saying completely the opposite thing.
Yes,
he was saying
unless
Donald
it's
Trump was a piece of garbage.
or
Now he's saying
couch.
he's best thing since Jesus.
Yeah.
And so it's like JD Vance has got no convictions at all, as opposed to Donald Trump. He's got 34.
Yes, and
yes.
and many more pending.
That was in the rally. Yeah.
I thought that was so funny when I heard that.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's just the people. And honestly, I'll give Trump this credit. He has bent people to his will in the Republican Party. People who really aggressively spoke out against him, he has fucked them over. He's just bent them over and spanked them, and they've just gone, "Yes, sir, can I have another?" And
but does that say more to Trump or more to how spineless people are in the Republican Party?
Yeah.
Well, literally, people who were absolutely unequivocally on the record opposed to Trump completely capitulated and formed as
there are tons of Republicans against Trump.
There are, and you don't really get Democrats against Biden or Democrats against Harris.
Yeah,
but you get Republicans against Trump. You really do.
I am glad the Democrats have picked Kamala. That Biden did the right thing and stood aside.
Oh, he was a doddering fucking wreck. Honestly, it was embarrassing. But yeah, so if you're asking about Harris's VP, old white guy from the Midwest, big surprise. Although what's hilarious to me,
Walls, what's his name?
Yeah.
Tim Walls.
Yeah.
He's so awesome.
He's
so perfect. Like
he's
it's
very
like
helpful.
they cooked him up in a lab.
Yeah.
he's
You know,
just
there was actually in
so-
that speech yesterday, Donald Trump said that he was awful and terrible, and that when the Black Lives Matter riots were going on, how he did an awful job, and he didn't call in the, he didn't call in
Yeah.
the National Guard. I
Blah,
did.
blah,
Donald
blah.
Trump says,
Yeah.
I called them in, and
Yeah.
sort of literally like within an hour, people are pointing out a phone call with Donald Trump saying how he's doing such a great job for calling in the National Guard.
Yeah, and also it's like Trump saying this weird thing about Harris and her VP being radical left, and it's like, dude, who the fuck do you think you're turning off with that? The people who are voting for you were just going to vote for you anyway, but like people who are wavering, going like, geez, I think the Democrats are all stooges, and you're saying they're actual radical left. That's maybe just going to push a few people towards them.
Mm.
So was that maybe you're saying capitulation of those people in Republicans due to the hardcore liberal base? Yeah, those people are scared of the hardcore freaks. But it has been pretty funny to see the number of people that Trump's just whipped into submission, people who'd been aggressively, openly, he's terrible. And then he got power and they were like, oh, he's got power. We'll suck up to him now.
Do me a favor, pop that message up again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just want to do something. I just want to go like.
Dr. Abigail was doing on her death with drinking.
Oh dear.
Oh, dear.
Oh
Very
God,
good.
I had a funny thing last night. So, as you know, I do karate now. I have been doing for the last nearly a year now. Last autumn, and so one of the things that's happened is that karate used to be in the Olympics, and it's been ditched now in favor of breakdancing. Like
what?
I know. One's a sport, and the other one's like fun.
Okay. So
anyway,
poetry used to be in the Olympics.
Poetry?
Architecture used to be in the Olympics.
When was
poetry. That was in the 1920s, I believe.
Awesome.
Like up until the 1930s. There used to be all these artistic events. In fact, J.R. Tolkien actually went. He didn't win a medal, obviously, but and there was some spurious judges who, but the original, like the first Paris Olympics in 1928, I think, had like poetry. They all had to be sports related. To some degree, architecture, creative writing, stuff like that. It was.
I did not know that.
The original intent to these were in the modern Olympics was to harken back to the ancient Olympics, where artistic endeavors were highly prized.
All right. I just have this vision of the Olympic poets eventually just grappling, and it's just like, no, my visual imagery was better than yours, headlock.
Kind of like philosophy soccer or wrestling.
I watched that video just the other day. Monty Python's philosophy soccer.
Yeah.
Oh God. It was just like nothing happening. But anyway.
So I was saying about the karate thing. So because it's been pushed out. I mean, just giving actually before I do mention this bit, one of the guys at our club is number 5 in the world.
Okay.
In karate. He's like one of the top people in the world.
Yeah.
Okay? No, he's not 5th in the world. Sorry, 5th in the UK, and I think like 18th in the world.
Yeah.
So if it was still in there, he would be going for the Olympics maybe next time.
Yeah.
You know, he's like 16 or something, 17 maybe.
Tough break.
You know, so in 4 years' time, he would have been going for the Olympics, but karate's been replaced with breakdancing. You know, so you can imagine how
but the medal would only go to like England. Like, what a waste.
Yeah, but he still gets the accreditation for it. You know, it's his medal.
I mean, sure, but that's. I mean, it just seems like a waste if it goes it gets counted towards England's tally.
Well, it goes to the tally, but the individual people keep their medals. It's not like they
I
go
know.
To the
I do know that. I'm just having a go at England.
You're just shit talking.
Oh, I see.
I'm just shit talking England.
Okay, right. Yeah, I see where it goes. Okay.
Okay, but honestly,
country started for criminals. I'm just saying.
Breakdancing in the
Olympics. Keep the colonies in America. Ooh.
Yeah. Breakdancing in the Olympics, I can get behind because that's a skill. The truly embarrassing one that should be gotten rid of is walking. That's a fucking travesty.
Oh,
that is embarrassing as fuck.
Okay, do you know how hard it is to speed walk and keep one foot on the ground at all times?
And they don't do it, and it's ridiculous, and and it's stupid as fuck, and it's extremely embarrassing. And whereas breakdancing is a straight up skill, that walking thing is fucking ridiculous. It's an embarrassment.
Yeah, but engineering is a skill as well. I don't know if you'd call it a sport.
I don't know. There should be competition software development.
Absolutely, and there are. You get capture the flag programming competitions, and
yeah.
Anyway, people I work with took part in one.
Yeah. So anyway, so because you know, we haven't had the karate thing in there, so there's nothing for the karate people to watch anymore at the club. So we've been having our little karate Olympics at the club I go to, and we just like have a group of teams. Then we do different things and so on. You know, so yesterday there weren't so many of us because it's a bit warm at the moment. It's summer, and so you know. So you have like a line of people. Most of them are kids. You know, most of them are like younger than 14, probably younger still, actually. But, you know, 8, 10, 12, that kind of an age is the majority of the people there. And there's probably about maybe, I think there's about 6 adults, and like 4 of them are the sensei. So, you know, you can imagine. Anyway, so we're running to the end and we're doing some karate stuff. So like, 10 punches, and things like that with a mat, and then, so on. Well, we had 9 members on our team and the other team had 8. So as a result, we kept losing. And I had this young girl say, she's like 10. She said to me, can you go faster? And I said, well, I'm old and I'm fat and I'm going as quick as I can. I'm sorry. She didn't seem very satisfied. And it's like, it's like, sorry that I'm old and I move slower, and it kind of, it kind of reminds me of, I met someone a few years ago who couldn't read, and I'd never really thought about it. It's like, yeah, okay, there are people who can't read, and they can't read very well, or whatever. But it never occurred to me how much of a problem that is, because if you watch a movie, you can only go on the dialogue and what the expression is on someone's face or whatever. So if you watch a movie that's based on a book, if you read the book and someone asks a question and they sort of go, well, that's a page in someone's book. Someone just pondering the possibilities or something is half a page in a book. Whereas if you can't read and you've never had the access to reading a book, all you've got is what they say. And it never occurred to me how little depth they get to go into, effectively. That mental maturity that comes along with reading. That you learn about other people, because the only way we have of communicating our thoughts to each other is through our mouths, unless we write it down. Does that make sense?
Or interpretive dance.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, but I'd also throw in an argument about their different mediums. Like it is possible to communicate quite complex nuance in performance that's not words.
Interpretive dance.
Interpretive dance, for one.
That episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where
oh my
I
gosh,
forget his name,
when he's coming out to his dad,
coming out to his dad, fucking nailed it.
Yeah,
he describes what it's like in interpretive dance. It was fucking brilliant.
Yeah, but yeah, it's I also tend to agree. The written word can convey more than, or convey differently to performance.
Yeah. I don't see someone writing a scientific paper in interpretive dance anytime soon.
See, SPF 50 knows what you're talking
about. I get it
about.
now.
Yeah. In writing, it's possible to go into nuance unless you're using Twitter.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well. Yeah.
This is the reason why Christopher Dawkins has had so many problems. No, Christopher Dawkins. What's his name?
Richard Dawkins.
Richard Dawkins. Sorry. Why Richard Dawkins got so many problems? Because he tries to get complicated ideas into one tweet, and it really isn't easy to do that without sounding like a douche.
Well, okay, that's complicated by the fact he is a complete prick.
Yes.
Like, he is a supercilious, bigoted fucking asshole. He, in his niche, he is extremely intelligent and extremely thoughtful and extremely. But like a lot of people who accomplish highly in one area, he feels like that's directly applicable to other areas where he is significantly ignorant.
Oh, hang on. I've got a cough. Oh, somebody wasn't Oh, sorry.
I didn't hear what that was.
Sorry, just niggling at the back of my throat there.
Yeah.
It's I did find it interesting how so I was part of an atheist community, and it was interesting how you had people who were religious and then they got out of that and they became skeptical.
Yeah.
And being skeptical is good. Unfortunately, there's also a drawback to that, and that is that there are people who are skeptics who then think that because they're skeptics, therefore they can't be wrong anymore. And that's a problem.
And then there are people who are just hypercritical of everything.
Oh.
And they annoy the fuck out of me. Like, some things are true,
Yeah. But it's also like, I think all religion is stupid. Does that mean I think all people who adhere to a religion are stupid? No, there is a shit ton of people who are way smarter than me in every meaningful way who have deeply held religious convictions. And it's just because we see things differently. And it's like, yeah, but if you're going to ask me, do I think religion is stupid? Oh, yeah. No. And it's also obviously wrong, because what are the chances that 99.999% of humanity of its history is wrong, but you're right? Probably not. And even in the modern world, like, people say, well, I'm Christian. I'm sorry, there are so many sects and schisms in Christianity where you just say you're Christian. At a bare minimum, 90% of people who also call themselves Christian have some fundamental disagreement with you.
In that atheist community, there were some arsehole Christian morons out there. and it was really interesting that when, it was like a battle of words. Atheists would make a video, they would make a video, and it'd be calling people out and stuff like that. But what was really amusing was that when there wasn't any atheist drama stuff going on that they could have a go at, they would then start talking about their own faith positions with, because they'd be in a hangout like we are now kind of thing. And when they start talking about their belief, suddenly you see that they all believe different things. Oh, yeah, they've got elements that in common, but when it comes to the nitty-gritty details, then you find that, they've got differences between them. And that was what I found really funny. So they would literally, because they were in this adversarial atmosphere all of the time, when they started to talk to each other about their faith position and then found things they disagreed, it's like, no, you're wrong because that kind of thing. And they'd have massive rows over this.
The funniest thing I ever saw was on an open day. Oh, it was O Week at uni. Was when they put all the religious groups on in the one area, and seeing one Christian group and one Muslim group huddled together, and these two people face to face, with one with the Bible, one with the Quran, just furiously looking up scripture, arguing at each other. And I'm just like sitting back, just soaking in that sweet Schadenfreude.
Popcorn.
Yeah, yeah, popcorn in hand, because it was free.
Yeah.
Free popcorn at was always great there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an atheist, but I'm not an anti-theist. If it works for you, not harming anyone else, that's fine. That's my position.
Exactly. Just don't shove it down people's throats.
Yes, religions like penises,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not everybody.
Keep it to yourself. Don't force it on children. It's just.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things that I've had is, sort of saying something in scripture to a street preacher. They've been like, doesn't say that at all. Yeah, it does. I asked one, I said, are you okay with slavery? Do you think slavery is wrong? And he said, yes. I said, well, that's not what your Bible says. It doesn't. It does. I said, Exodus 21, you got a Bible there. Read it out for us. Okay, I will, says the guy. And he starts flicking. He gets to that. And he flicks to the right page and he scans it. He said, I'm not reading all that. I said, what do you mean? It's not even a page. Don't worry, I said, because there was like a crowd of people by now, listening to us going backwards and forwards. I've got that bit memorized. If a man goes in alone, he leaves alone. If he goes in with his wife goes with him. But if he goes in alone and his master buys him a wife, on the 7th year he gets to go free, but she doesn't because, women. But he can go with his master to the door of the doorpost and say, I love my master, I love my wife, and I do not want to go free. And they stick a hole through his ear, and he becomes his master's property forever. And the crowd were aghast. They'd never heard that bit of the Bible before. And the guy just had nothing. And that same bit of Exodus, which I just love, I had a street preacher with a headset microphone amplifier and an amplifier at his feet. And I said, will you read any verses in the Bible? He said, yes. I said, Exodus 21. And I literally had a street preacher with blaring out loudly slavery in the Bible.
Yeah. But again, there's lots of dodgy shit in the Bible. My personal favorite is the way homophobes obsess about the probably mistranslated bit in Leviticus that says, if a man lays with another man, it's an abomination. The best thing I've ever said is someone who had that verse tattooed on them. And it's like 2 verses later is a prohibition on tattoos. And
yes.
Like, what the you're a fucking psychopath is
or a cherry picker, which
well, again, it's like what I was saying before. Are you a fucking moron or a fucking liar? Because you're one of the two.
I think my favorite street preacher win was a guy who had, he had a microphone and an amplifier. And, we're going backwards and forwards. And he was letting me hold the mic and I would say something and then he would do it and I would do it so everybody could hear. And I was basically arguing about, which one is true. The resurrection accounts of, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, every single one of them is different. So I was like, how many angels were in the tomb? Was it 1, 2, or none? Or one later on. So Matthew is Mark is 1, Luke is 2, and Matthew is what I jokingly refer to as the Michael Bay version of the resurrection account, where there's a giant earthquake that nobody else mentions. And when I say Michael Bay, I'm talking about how in a Michael Bay movie, if a car explodes, it's
very over the top.
To do 4 somersaults in the act of exploding. So there's a giant earthquake that none of the others mention, and an angel swoops out the sky, moves the tombstone away, and sits on it and says, "Yeah, go and have a look. There's no one in there. He's risen." So there was none in there because there were no angels in the tomb in that version. So it's like, which one is true? And he was trying to sort of go all over the place, eyewitness accounts and stuff like that, and sort of my argument with the sort of like, when people get the details wrong, it's like, okay, look, here's an example of details wrong at the stuff. So it's like, there's a car crash, 3 people get out and run away. The driver, what was he wearing? Was he wearing dark blue? Was he wearing black? Or was he dressed up like Big Bird from Sesame Street? Because Matthew is a hell of a lot different than just dark clothes, the equivalent. So he's like, going through the motions of trying to say, well, does it really matter? All it matters is, so if I move my amplifier with my right hand, or I use my left hand, or I use both hands, does it really matter as long as that's the message that gets told? And it's like, yeah, but no one's salvation is based upon how many hands you use to move your microphone, your amplifier. And so ultimately, I narrowed it down. I got it down. I kept pushing at him, and I painted him into a corner even further and even further and even further. And yet, in the end, he had to say that Matthew was the right one, the Michael Bay version. And so, okay, so that Matthew's the right one. So the other 3 are lying then, right? Because that's the only solution. If that one's true, then the other 3 are lies. They're not true. They can't both be true at the same time, so they're lies then. That was the moment when he had to become dishonest. This is what they often do. They become dishonest. And so the microphone, instead of, being shared between us, suddenly it never touched my hand again. And he was in the position of either accepting that there are flaws because he made the claim that it's absolutely perfect and there's no contradictions whatsoever. And now I've demonstrated there are contradictions. And he has to either give up that position, or be dishonest, because he's so scared of hell that if he doesn't believe this stuff, then he's going to go to hell. So he's been so indoctrinated. And so as a result, he had to become dishonest. And the microphone never went anywhere near me again. And the microphone instead ended up right under his nose, speaking loudly right under his nose. And if I spoke, he spoke. He couldn't have anybody hearing me. And that was the time when I walked away and I knew I'd won. And he knew I'd won as well, which was even more enjoyable.
Yeah, where I went to Catholic school, they weren't that obsessed with saying it's letter perfect reality. It's like it was stories and whatnot. Because it is, when you look at it, it's really weird that it's published with direct contradictions in it. And so anyone, these weirdo fringe jobs who go, it's the literal word of God, it's literally perfect, it's literally 100% true. It's a position that's absolutely unsupportable because the stories contradict each other. And it takes a particular weirdo who probably never actually reads the Bible to start going, no, this is definitely 100%, no two ways about it, word of God. at least slightly more sensible Christians go, these are stories that are meant to tell us things and meant to inspire us in certain ways. But the doctrinaires are just fucking whack jobs.
The bit that always makes me chuckle is when you get people who think that this is, eyewitness testimony by the people that were there, that Luke was, somehow there or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, but have you ever read the start of Luke? The start of Luke says, I've just got it here. Many have undertaken to draw up an account of things that have been fulfilled amongst us, just as they were handed down from those who were first eyewitnesses of servant of the word. With this in mind, I have carefully investigated everything from the beginning. I have decided to write an orderly account for you, the most excellent philosophers, so that you may know the certainty of things that you've been taught. So it's literally illustrating. It's not, it's not a word of, it's just word of mouth. And
yeah, some people told me some stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and yet I've had people say, no, this is Luke was there. No, he wasn't.
But the most the most extreme Bible bashers are the people who are apparently least familiar with the Bible. It's it's
one of the
really
things that I think it's one of the things that I found weirdest when I started getting into that community stuff, because it was amazing how many Christians haven't actually read the Bible. And it's like
the best description of that I heard is, particularly in the US, these people who say they're Christians who believe in the Bible. It's in the same way that people agree to end user license agreements for software. They just scroll to the bottom and click I agree and don't read anything.
Oh, speaking about that, have you heard about Musk is suing companies for daring not to advertise with him?
I know, that is incredibly surreal to me. Now, he's literally launched a serious lawsuit that said this is cartel collusion because you all got together and decided you wouldn't advertise on Twitter, and that's illegal. And you'll be surprised to learn that the defense lawyer's primary argument is people are free to make a choice whether or not they advertise on a particular thing.
What?
I know.
It's
wow.
I know the American legal system is weird, so I won't actually preempt what's going to happen. But on the face of it, it's absurd, and it's just like, you think you can legally compel people to pay you to advertise on your what the fuck? What the fuck is going through your head?
It's your fault that Twitter is failing. It's not the fact that I'm a douche and maybe
it's the children who are wrong.
Yes, it's absolutely surreal. I never would have believed that someone would literally launch a lawsuit saying, no, you have to be forced to pay me to advertise on a platform that you have decided is actually negative for your brand.
Yeah. And it's like,
what?
Do I really want to have adverts above or below Nazi posts? Literally.
And that's the literal thing. Like, these people have just gone like, oh, this major brand ad was next to promoted Nazi material.
Yeah.
And it's just like, God damn.
Yeah.
Honestly.
This is what's been happening this week. We've had Tommy Robinson, who he's a right-wing lunatic if you don't know who he is.
Yeah.
So he created the English Defence League, which is an anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant hate group. Would literally have
oh gosh.
He's up there with National Front.
Yeah, it's Latter-day National Front. Yeah, it's
and so he was supposed to be going to court for breaking a court order again.
But he skipped the country.
And he's going to skip the country to go back to Greece with an Irish passport, because he's a proper British patriot with an Irish passport because he was born.
Yeah.
But so he's been sort of baiting people into committing riots from Greece on a sunbed.
Yeah. No, he's a piece of shit. Tell you what, I am fading really fast here. I don't
Yeah,
know.
same.
So
And in fact, I'm getting a headache as well.
oh, you don't want that.
I have that impact on people. I'm sorry.
No,
Laura.
I almost fell for that. No, it's because I think I'm actually getting sick. So I need
know
to
what?
rest up.
Actually, I have to turn
drink water.
off that Trump press conference because I was getting a headache. So it is possible.
Yeah. I can't watch him. I feel like it's just a waste of my time. This whole thing. Anyway,
it truly is.
I'm probably doing a Saturday night stream, not a super long one, but hey, if anyone's around,
Very quick thing.
Yeah.
Manchester Pride is coming up in a few weeks' time, and I am going on the Pride March.
Hell yeah.
Hey,
Share pickies with us, please. Put them on the Discord and stuff.
Sure.
great success.
Did it a couple of years ago. It's brilliant. It really is. I tell you what makes it so. There's so much transphobia around.
I have news too.
Imagine, you have to deal with that shit all the damn time.
Yeah.
And people say shit to me on the street. People laugh at me. Stuff like that happened, yesterday. Now, I have to deal with that shit all the time. But you go to somewhere like Pride, Pride Parade and everything, and you got thousands of people lined up for 1.5 miles, 2 miles.
Yeah.
Okay? All cheering their support for you. That is a massive boost for your,
Oh yeah.
for your soul,
Yeah.
so to speak. It
Yeah,
really
for sure.
is. Raise your heart.
So I used to march in the Melbourne Pride March, in St Kilda here, but I'd get sunburnt every single time, and plus I was playing a clarinet in a band and didn't get to enjoy the cheering onness.
Did it
as
go
well.
doodly that?
Something like that. But anyway, I joined a jazz band this week, and went to my first rehearsal, and they accepted me as one of their own. So, and I actually kept up with their music and was able to play like at least 80% of the tunes they were playing. So
Nice.
go me. And
Yeah.
I'm in.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in the band.
Woohoo!
I'm a jazz musician now, apparently.
Loving it.
Who'd
Loving
have thunk it?
That's awesome stuff.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
know. How cool is that?
On that note, going to go to bed with those two fabulous bits of news. And like I said, was it
Enjoy Pride. Enjoy your Pride March.
I will, yes.
They're
Like I say, it's a wonderful thing.
Like
Yes.
20 hours from now, I'll probably be live again. We'll see how that goes. But
The
you'll
Marie Melonin.
see you